today?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for Friday, May 9th, 2025. Senator Boner.
Here.
Senator Dockstetter.
Here.
Senator Landon.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Representative Brown.
Present.
Representative Heft.
Here.
Representative Johnson.
Here.
Representative Locke.
Present.
Representative Lucas.
Present.
Representative Webb.
Here.
Representative Weber.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Co-Chairman Knapp.
Here.
Chairman Case.
Present. Thank
We
you,
have a
Katie.
full house.
Yeah, it's great to have everybody here and online. Good to see you, Senator Steinmetz. The first item of our agenda this morning is elected officials associations. And so there's been some concerns about using taxpayers' money to fund associations. So that's the reason this is on the agenda. It was one of the items that you all put forward on your voting list for interim topics. We'll start with our major associations, I guess, if you guys wouldn't mind coming forward with the County Commissioners Association, the Association of Municipalities, and the Association of County Officers. If you want to, you can all come at once, or if you need more room because you have more panelists, you decide. Looks like a lot of commissioners. I recognize those name tags. So we'll just do commissioners first. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Natalie Macker, President of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association and a Teton County Commissioner. The WCCA is a 501c6 Wyoming nonprofit public corporation. We consist of 23 board members, which is one commissioner from each county, and represent counties and all 93 county commissioners. Board members of the County Commissioners Association are selected by each county through their own respective processes. Wyoming Statute 18-3-522 provides that each Board of County Commissioners may take out a county membership and cooperate with associations for the furtherance of good government and protection of county interests. The WCCA has served this role since 1967, and we have our origins all the way back to 1927 with the County Clerks and Commissioners Association. The WCCA exists to strengthen Wyoming's counties through a program of networking, education, and unified action. We seek to improve county government by providing our members and counties with education, networking, a forum for exchanging ideas, improving the efficiency of county government, and working together to meet the needs of our communities and the people we serve. For decades, the WCCA has been a credible source of on-the-ground information and feedback, along with analysis of key policy areas. Some of those areas include taxation, infrastructure, public safety, health and human services, land use, and more. The WCCA speaks broadly for county commissioners, offering legislators and legislative committees a centralized, efficient, streamlined way to seek information, gain feedback, and work together. We see ourselves as providing a bridge between legislative intent and practical implementation. We offer input from counties that have a wide variety of perspectives and help gather that for you so that you can use it in your decision-making. We also help provide analysis to ensure we avoid unfunded mandates and unintended consequences. We receive requests from the LSO, from legislative committees, from individual legislators, and from state agencies. We also work together with federal agencies and our federal delegation. As one example among hundreds, the WCCA actively collaborated with the legislature, including Chairman Knapp and Case, with the reform process on Wyoming's mineral ad valorem taxation system. We collected critical financial data from counties and used that to work with county, state, and private interests to resolve significant transition issues. Years after that success, the WCCA is still collecting that financial information, and it's utilized by the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group's annual projections and for county budgeting, and likely many other entities that access that data. Over the past decade, the WCCA has helped this corporations committee revise statutes. These have included alcohol and liquor licenses, indigent burial amendments, large-scale solar and wind energy facility regulations, broadband rights-of-way easements, public records requirements, county official residency applicability, special district management, municipal extraterritorial jurisdiction, and Telecommunication Act updates. And there are many, many more examples. All of this speaks to the broad breadth of work that counties and commissioners perform, as well as the legislature, and how we can work together to do our best work. In some cases, the WCCA does oppose legislation, and sometimes we support it. Sometimes our positions change as the process evolves. As you all know better than anyone, the process has lots of twists and turns. We believe that through collaboration and cooperation, we can find shared priorities and make a path forward. We seek to never be intractable. Mr. Chairman, my comments have focused on our work with the legislature, and I would like to turn it over to my colleagues to speak about some of the other work that the Commissioners Association does. So I have Commissioners Terry Wolf and Ed Wagner.
That sounds like a good plan. Let's hold our questions until after all three commissioners have spoken. Go ahead, sir. Say your name again. Make sure we got the right ones.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Terry Wolf. I'm the chairman of the Washakie County Commission. I'm also a former president of the WCCA and a former president of the Wyoming Association of County Officers. Nearly 50% of Wyoming's surface lands and approximately 2/3 of its subsurface is federally managed. In Washakie County, the federal government controls nearly 67% of surface land. As such, it is important that Washakie County and other counties in Wyoming shape and influence federal decision-making. With legislative and executive branch support, the WCCA has an internal capacity to provide natural resource, technical, and legal assistance to counties. The WCCA helps counties and, in turn, the state anticipate potential concerns to prevent them from becoming entrenched with intractable issues. As part of this proactive approach, the WCCA has become a liaison between counties and federal agencies, and even between federal agencies themselves. Here are some accomplishments and ongoing objectives. Providing educational information to counties on natural resource and public land management, including coordinating training and guidance documents. Developing county memorandum of understanding, MOUs, with the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, and other land management agencies, where counties can share special expertise as federal resource management plans are developed. Also, commenting through federal agency processes, including the BLM, such as the Greater Sage Grouse, Rock Springs and Buffalo Land Resource Management Plan revisions, and the BLM's Conservation and Landscape Health Rule. Along with the Forest Service, things like the Black Hills and Bridger-Teton National Forest Land and Resource Management Plan revisions, and the Forest National Old Growth Amendment. Facilitating, among other groups, a forest leadership team to bring together interested county commissioners, conservation districts, and state agencies to discuss and work on forest-related issues, including the National Old Growth Amendment. Challenging federal agency decision-making where appropriate, and pursuing administrative and judicial action where necessary. Since 2015, the WCCA has advanced the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. The WCCA's attempt to develop Wyoming-specific federal legislation addressing de facto wilderness management of more than 577,504 acres across Wyoming. Written in Wyoming, the WPLI addresses issues in Campbell, Carbon, Fremont, Hot Springs, Johnson, Natrona, and Washakie counties. In Washakie County, the WPLI resolves the management of 2 wilderness study areas. The WPLI passed by the U.S. Senate in December, and we are encouraged that the U.S. House of Representatives will follow this year. Our most recent program is our annual Congressional Tour Initiative. The WCCA's Congressional Tour Initiative brings 15 to 20 influential and politically and geographically diverse congressional staffers to tour Wyoming's public lands and discuss natural resource issues important to Wyoming's economy, custom, and culture. Hosting counties select topics and speakers. To date, 44 congressional staffers have visited 13 counties, and this year's tour participants will visit Natrona, Fremont, Sweetwater, and Carbon counties. Our 5th tour visits will be in Converse, Johnson, Sheridan, Campbell, Weston, and Crook counties next year. One thing I'd like to touch on is going back early in my tenure was the Bighorn Forest Plan revision and the BLM, Bighorn Basin BLM RMP. But that we were in that process from 2003 to 2010. And as a commissioner in Washakie County at that time, I represented Washakie County as a cooperator with cooperating agency status on those plans. And just the ability to have done that. And then at that time when the NEPA process was new to a lot of folks there, and we were learning as fast as we could, and to see how the Commissioners Association has evolved over the years from going through some executive directors that really kept bringing the association before they moved on to another position. The level we're at now is just second to none, and that asset there for counties is an exceptional value to us and very important. So last but not least, when I look back at my years as a county commissioner, the assistance and training that the WCCA provides to counties is invaluable. The WCCA brings collaboration and expertise to help Wyoming constituents. Washakie County is small and has limited staff and funding. Without the help of WCCA, we would not be as effective when dealing with various local, state, and federal issues. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you,
Now
Commissioner Wolf.
Thank you. Now I will turn the rest of the discussion over to my fellow commissioner, Ed Wagner.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ed Wagner. I'm a Weston County Commissioner and co-chair of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association Elections, Land Use, and Government Operations Committee. In other support, the WCCA provides assistance with policy analysis when requested. The WCCA provides technical assistance on a myriad of issues. Research and data support, including releasing a revenue estimating manual each spring, which counties and others utilize to develop annual budgets. Networking and educational programs, including new commissioner orientation that ensures county commissioners are compliant with Wyoming Public Officers Law. Monthly calls with Wyoming's congressional delegation, the governor's office, and others inside and outside of government. Regular publications such as the County Commissioner's Handbook, which outlines the responsibility of elected county officers and other issues concerning the general operations of business conducted in counties. Membership in the National Association of Counties and NACO Western Interstate Region for all county elected and non-elected officials. During my tenure as county commissioner, the WCCA has supported Weston County through many issues. As one example, in 2022, Weston County Attorney's Office engaged the WCCA to offer Weston County Commissioners public meetings and public record training. Our WCCA director provided guidance and arranged for outside parties like University of Wyoming Extension's Office and local government liability pool to provide perspective during multi-hour training. That session was funded by our county, but was offered to all the boards through our county, which most of them all attended, which was very helpful to our boards. The WCCA has addressed Weston County commissioners on other issues, more recently concerning legislative representation. In every instance, the WCCA's assistance has benefited Weston County greatly. In closing, as you can expect from our testimony, we collectively believe our investment in the WCCA is prudent and fiscally conservative strategy. Mr. Chairman, the WCCA and our members remain committed to being a resource to the legislator, our members, and others. So that concludes our testimony. We will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Members of the committee, questions for the commissioners? Any questions? Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, as the chairman of the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee, I'm just doing a follow-up with one of the commissioners. I understand that we had an interaction with some of our deer population this morning, so sorry to hear that.
Well, the question is it a muley or a whitetail? Because it does make a difference.
Yeah, sorry about that, Commissioner.
Thank you for that question. Yes, there is one less mule deer in the population.
That's bad.
Just outside of the marina at Boyson Reservoir. So the only spot there with a few little bushes on the side of the road, and 625, he had to bolt right out in front of me. So
Actually, I I have an identical relationship with that spot. I found everything. Yeah. Anyway, more questions for the commissioners. Come on. There were questions during the session about associations, and this is your chance to ask them. If this is a fair use of taxpayer money to provide associations, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just if one of you could maybe even summarize, and we know some of the staff, but I'm just curious, how big is the, for lack of a better term, the paid staff? And that if you can kind of go over the organization a little bit, that'd be helpful for me. Thank you.
Who would like to do that? President?
Thank you.
Madam President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke. We have 4 staff members right now, our executive director, our operations manager, our natural resources counsel, and our natural resources policy advisor.
Anybody else? I might have a general question in terms of if you didn't have an association, I could see some counties being able to survive fairly well. Fremont County is pretty big, certainly Laramie County and Natrona County. But I think about counties like our good commissioners, Weston County or Niobrara County. Can you maybe illuminate for us what would be the consequences to a county, a small county like that? Commissioner Wagner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a nutshell, our county couldn't even afford to pay retainers for the staff that we have available to us, let alone employ that staff. I mean, we have no staffers in our county to do it. We reach out to the WCCA continually through the years to help us with different things we have coming up. So, I mean, it's financially, it would put a terrible burden on us if we weren't part of the association.
Okay. Anybody else looking around? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one last question, just kind of clarify, how is it funded? How is the organization funded? Just so it's kind of out there, clear, and would help me as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
President.
Chairman, Representative Locke. Counties pay dues. That's a portion of the revenue that we receive. We also have business partners and other private sector partners. We have members, we open membership to others via the business partner program and other ways. There are individuals who become members. And then we have several lines of business, some of them through the National Association of Counties that helps generate some revenue. I'll give an example. We just recently, through partnership with NACO, started a program with public surplus, which is how counties and state entities can dispose of equipment, office equipment, heavy machinery. And through that partnership and those sales, we receive a commission back from public surplus through the WCCA to help with some of our operational costs as well.
Good enough. Anybody else? Senator Dockstader, and then we'll go down to Representative Johnson.
I can defer. Wait, who was it? Go ahead.
He's deferring to you,
Okay,
Representative.
thank you.
It's the hair to the bald or back to the hair.
Thank you.
Very little hair. I might
Mr.
add.
Chairman, the counties all seem to have different staffing levels. I know one county that seems to have one person that carries most of the weight for the commission and would probably prep for county commissioner association related meetings. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but at the same time, not all counties have hired staff like that. How do you see your membership getting along in reference to my chairman's question? The smaller counties, are they making it? Is there a way that they can find more help from the association to be more successful? Because one of the things I often do in the legislative session, I say, where are the counties on this? And I'm not saying just my counties, but across the state. So are the little folks adequately taken care of through your association?
Madam President.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, I'll respond, but would welcome my colleagues from their perspective, from their counties. It is central to our work and our mission that all the counties are involved. And one of the things that I have found as a Teton County Commissioner to be so valuable about it is the opportunity to learn from other counties, to learn about what their setup is and make sure that we as an association are representing the needs of all of our counties, not just those that are the largest or have the most resources, but that we are looking for how can we, both as larger counties and as an association, support other counties because we have to provide the same or similar services. The other thing I think that we assist with as an association for smaller counties is we prevent the duplication of efforts. And so we're able to either centralize through the WCCA or find regional partnerships for counties so that each county doesn't have to perform the work that the association is doing, like education activities, but that together we can do that and use our resources most efficiently. Commissioners?
Commissioner Wolf.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, thank you for the question. Looking back at all the years, this is my 23rd year as a commissioner, and having started in 2003 to see where we've evolved to this point, this association has been very helpful. When I look back when Joe Evans was the executive director, and I think he retired in about 2008 or 2009 timeframe there, and we have just continued to blossom from where he left us and moved on, and the benefits for a county like Washakie, we're just under 8,000 people there, and when we go to our association meetings, we're learning something new all the time from, as our president had mentioned there, that just issues that happen across other counties around the state, we might be going through in Washakie, just starting some issue or a problem that we're dealing with, and somebody else has already dealt with it, and we're able to learn from each other, and just the ability from that is a huge asset from the association. That doesn't even count the support that we're getting from the association itself from as being a member.
Be good. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Could you give me an estimate? What does it cost per year for these dues per county?
And I might tag on, are they equal per county or they vary by the size of the county?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Case, Representative Johnson. The dues vary. We have a formula to decide what they are. So smaller counties are paying less, larger counties pay more. We have a formula that's calculated every year, and then our board of directors reviews that and decides if those will be the dues. The dues can change from year to year. So it is an evolving process annually, and all of the counties through their board of director member weigh in on that.
Anybody else? Follow up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Give me a high and a low figure, if you could, please.
I think my county, for example, I think in the upcoming fiscal year will be around $36,000 on the high end, and I think the low end is around $5,000 to $8,000.
Anybody else? You built a building, right? You have your own building in Cheyenne, and tell us about that. And the reason is that your old building used to belong at one time to my Aunt Claire and Uncle Dominic. And she worked for at the Capitol in the 50s and 60s, but it was just a little house on the corner. It still stands. But anyway, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Why'd you build a new building and how much did it cost?
We do have a new building. I do not have those numbers in front of me. So I cannot tell you the cost, but
But you have a mortgage?
we have completed that.
Oh, money.
I'm opening the filing cabinet in my brain. It's going to come back. I wish our treasurer was here.
Yeah.
Commissioner Malm, he would have the numbers at the tip of his tongue. But we have an office where our staff is located. And I would add just another thought in mind to Senator Dockstader's question is I would say that our staff probably spends more time with the smaller counties, working with them and supporting them based off of the staff that they don't have as robust of a staff at home. And so their interaction and time is spent providing that or making connections to another county. And I think that has been, as these commissioners said, really valuable. But yes, we have a building, we have an office, the WCCA headquarters. Love to welcome any of you over there, walking distance to the Capitol. Thank you.
It's not my Aunt Claire's house.
It's not.
So everybody, any other questions for the commissioners? Thank you very much for coming. I think there's a kinship between the legislators and the commissioners in some ways, because many of our members are former commissioners, not me, but I look and it's true. And so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess we'll go with Wham now. I see some members. I see some mayors. Feel free to bring up more chairs. Who's going to lead this discussion? Carter. Mr. Napier, welcome. Is your microphone on? You got to hit should have a green light.
There we go. All right.
Mr. Napier.
Thank you very much. My name is Carter Napier, and I have the honor of being the president for the WAM Association. I have with me Mayor Murdoch and Mayor Hancock. We also have the vice president on the phone, Mayor Krakow. And if it pleases the committee, Mayor Murdoch and I are going to share some comments with you, and if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman,
Absolutely.
entertain questions thereafter.
Yeah, maybe kind of the same way we did with the county commissioners. if
Okay,
that's all
thank
right.
you very much, sir. To give you a brief overview of the organization, the Wyoming Association of Municipalities is also a nonprofit 501c6 nonpartisan organization. We are led by a board of directors composed of mayors, council members, and representatives from the WAMCAT organization, which is the clerks and treasurers throughout the state, as well as YOCMA representatives, which are city managers and city administrators from throughout the state as well, who are elected by their peers to serve in the capacities that they do. The mission of the organization is very much along the lines of education and training, compliance support, and certainly advocacy as well. To give you a real brief rundown with regard to some of the previous questions that you had with the previous speakers, the WAM organization is made up of a budget of roughly $1.1 million, of which $450,000 is generated through dues. As an example, the city of Casper, which is probably one of the larger due payers, as you might imagine, pays roughly $55,000 a year. After visiting with my friend, the mayor from Shoshone, he indicates that his dues are somewhere in the neighborhood of a few $100s a year. So there's quite a range, and certainly based upon the size of the organization and so forth. We are very fortunate to be able to say that we represent all 99 municipalities with respect to our membership. That equates to about 450 elected officials. Not to mention the clerks and treasurers that we work in partnership with, city managers and administrators as well, and other professional staff. You probably know that when it comes to cities and towns, that's about 70% of the voice that we bring to the table when we come to visit with you and represent the issues that we do. Some of the services that we provide are along the lines of providing data analysis, which I really appreciate. As a matter of fact, we just got the revenue workbook from our staff that helps cities and towns put together their budgets, which I know you all can appreciate in the capacities that you serve in. There's a variety of webinars that take place, workshops, a host of training, often of which is done on site and in person. We often provide mediation services when a city or town might be needing that type of assistance. All of this is done with respect to the dues that a city or a town might pay. We have conventions, we have conferences. You see us during our winter convention most typically. We try to invite you to a number of things that we do outside of that as well. We hope we will see you in Cheyenne at our summer conference, actually, where we'll get the opportunity to mingle with you. The process, I think, that I'd like you to be aware of too, as it relates to the representation that we try to develop, is very much based on a grassroots type initiative. We are divided into regions throughout the state, wherein cities and towns, by virtue of the direction that individual council people receive from their legislative bodies, will bring their directives to regional meetings, wherein those discussions are had with other cities and towns throughout whatever region they might be associated with. And as a part of that discussion, oftentimes what happens is resolutions are developed through that regional discussion process and facilitated up to the board that helps to establish the legislative agenda that the WAM organization embraces and moves forward to all of you throughout the legislative process that you go through. So indeed, we try to be very deliberative as it relates to the message that we bring, to be sure that it's representative and to be sure that it is very much done at a grassroots, localized level, so that you can be sure that that you're getting the best representation and opinion and education, as it were, with regard to policy issues that you tackle as well. Pursuant to some of the other questions that I heard previously, I'd like to address a couple other matters before I turn it over to my friend Mayor Murdoch. I mentioned earlier that the fee that the city of Casper pays, of which I'm an employee, is about $55,000. I can tell you that if I tried to hire a person for $55,000 to do the things that we get by way of services from the WAM organization, to put it briefly, I would be hard pressed to be able to find an employee for that type of salary to provide the extent of services that I've just described to you for the elected officials that I have the pleasure of working for. The $55,000 would, of course, be the base salary, and that wouldn't be the only thing that I would be obligated to pay as that employer. We would then have another probably $16,000 to $20,000 in benefits that I would be obligated to provide. We would have equipment that I would be obligated to provide. I would have to have space for that person to be officed in. And so for one of the members that pays the highest probably, or at least among the highest, fees to support the WAM organization, I can tell you that we are getting a really good deal if indeed I had to replicate the services that I was receiving from the WAM organization, that our organization was receiving from the WAM organization. The training, the data analysis, and so on and so on. I would be hard pressed to do for only $55,000. I mentioned my friend, the mayor from Shoshone, who pays several $100s with regard to the services that his town receives. I would be willing to bet that he would not be able to replicate those services, particularly as it relates to the few $100s that his community provides to the WAM organization. And so therefore, for you who is very concerned about efficiency, which I appreciate, I don't know how you get a more efficient expenditure of a taxpayer dollar to receive the services that are premium services for the same kind of money. Furthermore, to expand that discussion of efficiency a little further, if indeed there was no organization, there was no collaboration, there was no effort like what WAM provides on behalf of the 99 municipalities, the 450 elected officials that are in the cities and towns that we represent, that would mean that your services that the state provides would be inundated with those efforts on an individual, perhaps organizational basis, 99 communities, best case scenario, and it gets worse from there, that would be coming to see the LSO, that would be coming to see all of you with disparate opinions, disparate directions, disparate directives, and so forth. The WAM organization makes your job easier as well. You can rely fairly comfortably that when WAM comes to see you, you can depend upon, for the most part, that they are accurately and effectively and efficiently representing 99 cities and towns' perspective on the very difficult, complex, nuanced conversations that you have on a very frequent basis that affect cities and towns. And so from that standpoint, I would say you too are getting a real good bang for the buck as it relates to the dollars that are spent, tax dollars even that are spent into the WHAM organization. If I could, Mr. Chairman, defer the time to my friend Mayor Murdoch here, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, let's get all the WHAM folks together. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you,
Ma-
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Matt Murdoch, and I am the mayor of the town of Pinedale. So today I wanted to share a bit of my story, how I got to WHAM, where I am right now. But I'm also on the board of directors as well as WHAM's legislative committee. The story goes back a little ways, if you don't mind, but I grew up in Wyoming and ended up going to school in DC. And when I graduated, instead of coming back to Wyoming like I intended, I ended up going to Africa and serving 19 years in 2 Marxist dictatorships. One was a military dictatorship. One was a Marxist regime currently transitioning to multi-party democracy. And I saw firsthand what happens when we try to silence oppositional voices, when we try to quiet dissenters, when we try to take power away from local governments, local villages. And quite honestly, it wreaked massive tragedies throughout that region. When I came back to Wyoming in 2011, I ended up getting appointed to the town council. It was a great privilege. Got reelected in 2014 and served as mayor pro tem, and then elected as mayor and reelected as mayor of the town of Pinedale until present. I was first introduced to WHAM way back in 2013 by an individual who I was currently having political dialogue with, shall we say. And they recommended that we look into WHAM, that I look into WHAM. And I attended the first conference. And I got to tell you, it was amazing. The training, the education, the brotherhood and sisterhood, if you would, of local leaders wanting to govern better. I learned how to do open meetings. I learned how to navigate ethics rules, budget responsibilities. As Carter said, it is practical, nonpartisan, and frankly, empowering. There are 99 communities in the state of Wyoming. We're all different. I can tell you right now that Jackson has very much different desires and programs than the town of Pinedale, and we're only 75 miles away from each other. And yet this organization does a splendid job of trying to represent the interests of all 99 communities, as you heard just both on the budget side, as well as our interests. We have communities like Opal. I remember the first time I went to a regional meeting, and the city of Opal was so excited that they finally saved up enough money to get a picnic table. The town of Pinedale had just bought a $250,000 loader. I didn't go into that because I recognize that we have a lot of disparities within our state, but those differences are what make us great. Since WHAM it has helped the town of Pinedale in numerous ways. Representation of SLIB. The town of Pinedale has gone through several legal instances where I've been able to consult the WHAM attorney for input on top of our own locals attorney opinion input. We've done projects like high-speed internet. We've had COVID. We have state and federal compliances issues that are very difficult to navigate and knowing exactly what a town of Pinedale should pass or should do. So right now, I actually have the privilege to serve on the board. And I think it's, as an organization that was founded in 1923, it's important to note that this is an organization that, as Carter said, is grassroots led. The staff in WHAM is governed by the board, which is made up of mayors and town council members, people who are locally elected. Every one of our dues, the budgets we go forward, the proposals that we bring, they are initiated in small towns that just work their way up to the office. And so WHAM is not a group of outsiders coming from another state with other ideas. It is actually an organization made up of people from Wyoming who govern on the streets in your towns that represent 70% of the state's population with our concerns. And as you know, there are easily 200, 300 bills for every session. There's no way the town of Pinedale could navigate that. There's no way the town of Opal could navigate it. There's no way that any one of these towns, as Carter Napier said, that you would have so many people here and there would be so many things dropping through the cracks that our town citizens could suffer because maybe a legislator in all good intention structures a bill in such a way that it can actually harm some of our communities. And so as Carter said, I think it's important that you understand that when our WAM staff comes, and there's 3 full-times and 1 part-time, when we come and speak to you, it is from a local perspective. It is that voice that's coming up, and it's bubbled up from the town council meetings all the way up into that point when we're actually testifying before you. As I said, this is a practical organization. It's nonpartisan. We have lots of differences amongst us. Big cities, small towns, a lot of conflicts there. But we try to navigate that so that our citizens get the best care that they have. And so there is advocacy. It is important that you as legislators, that state officials, that federal officials understand the positions, the concerns, and the problems that we face on a local level. And some of our local leaders are not capable, not competent, and not able to get to your ear or talk to your desk and tell you what's going on. And so WAM plays a very crucial role. We also believe that it's statutory and constitutionally allowed. Multiple statutes within our state allow for municipalities to join and also support associations. We have Article 13 that gives towns our home rule, so we can join and pay dues into different organizations. And as I said earlier, and some of my colleagues will know, anytime we start challenging good government, it triggers something for me. My time in Africa, when I see people trying to quiet the dissenting voice, when they try to quiet the local voice, it just irks the heck out of me. And so I wanted to come here today and let you know that, this organization is grassroots driven. It's representative of the needs of the 99 towns, and it's also open to dissent and allows for different opinions to go through there. And in our opinion, statutorily and constitutionally allowed. And we ask for your support in that as well. So Carter, I'll let you continue on, and we're obviously open for questions.
Thank you. Is that all right? Thank you, Mayor Murdoch. Is any other mayor going to testify? Should we just get them? I kind of want the Riverton boy to throw his hat out there. Mayor Hancock, welcome.
Thank you. And really all I was prepared to speak to is the benefit that we have to Riverton. If you're curious about well, so let me back up. I'm Mayor Tim Hancock. I'm the mayor of the city of Riverton. I'm also a member of WAM, also a member actually of the Fremont County Association of Governments. Really, I guess what I could speak to is the benefit that you have to having an association. We have, of course, an important role that we play in our citizens' lives every day in the city of Riverton as a mayor, as council members. We have here with us our city administrator, Kyle Butterfield. And I guess in terms of being able to ensure that our citizens are fairly represented, that they are well represented, WAM plays an extremely important role in that. Of course, we had just a few years ago a requirement in terms of public officers training. WAM jumped on that immediately. We've been able to provide training to the members of our city councils, but not only our city councils, but other organizations within the city that we can refer to for the public officers training, and that's been an incredible benefit to our community. And as well as being able to meet individuals around the state and be able to see the struggles that they have and be able to compare and discuss. We have our regional meetings that occur regularly where we get to have meetings with Casper and kind of compare notes and see just how different Casper is. And we get to have meetings, nothing against you, it's okay. Wasn't meant to be a criticism. Right. We used to have Carter as our city administrator actually in Riverton. So the only reason he's become the man he has become is because of his experiences there. Just saying, for positive. But anyway, in terms of region meetings and being able to compare notes with some of the other municipalities in our region, and then also, of course, our 2 conferences that we have a year, we have the opportunity to meet, rub shoulders with, and learn about experiences that other communities have. And that's just an incredible benefit to Riverton and I think to the other communities in the state of Wyoming. So I guess overall to me, WAM represents that. It represents exactly what we have in the United States of America. If you remember when, Frenchman Alexis Tocqueville came, he said, basically Americans try to have an association for everything. Doesn't matter what it is that you do, you have to have some group that gets together and tries to represent them. And that's what we have in WAM. That's what we have in FCAG, the Fremont County Association of Governments. And I'm just grateful for it every day because it makes my job easier as a mayor. and it makes it more possible for me to represent my constituents well.
Thank you, Mayor Hancock. Mr. Napier, did you have anyone else? There are people online. I think they're mayors. Are they part of your presentation or are they separate?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that they're probably here on the part of the public portion of this meeting to
Okay.
speak to you, if that's okay.
Okay, absolutely. So I'm wondering if we should get them now or not. I can see the time slipping away, but
I know that there's a number of them that would like to speak to you, so whatever you would direct, Mr. Chairman.
well, I hope we can keep it short and not, so far it's been loud and clear. Let me just say that, okay? Let's get questions for the three panelists here and then the other people that want to speak and fill in. So questions for Wham, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question. You hit a lot of the numbers that I would have asked, but quick question. I see that there's maybe 5 people as your staff. Is that accurate? The website as it currently shows? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Locke, there are 4 full-time staff. We have a contract staff, and so technically 5.
Was it Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, Mr. Napier, Mayor Murdoch, nice to see you. This whole experience is a little mind-boggling to me. You guys as an organization and the other organizations that I'm sure are all going to testify, you justify your existence to your members, right? So they're the ones that put in money. I don't know why we're even having this topic of you guys justifying your existence to us. Freedom of association is a constitutional right. The idea that we would abridge that for our own political subdivisions makes literally 0 sense to me. If your taxpayers put you in to choose to put in dues into your organizations, that's your taxpayers' business and your voters' business to vote to put any of you particularly in. I am curious. I mean, I don't need to know how much every individual town puts into WHAM. I do want to know how many towns that exist in Wyoming that are members of WHAM that have under 100 people, and what would happen if WHAM didn't exist for those towns.
Mr. Napier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. My guess is that having worked in a smaller community and of course now in one of the larger communities in the state, my guess is that without the services that WHAM provides, cities and towns throughout Wyoming would be forced to choose either to try to replicate those services or to simply do without. I know for the city of Casper, we could probably replicate some. We couldn't replicate all of them. The amount of time that WHAM spends, for example, with all of you in their education efforts with you and so forth, would not be something that the city of Casper could easily replicate in terms of the sheer volume of hours and miles and everything else that it would take to do that. I would suggest that for the smaller communities, like for my friends here in Pinedale and so on, it would be way more along the lines of simply doing without the services that WHAM provides, largely because the capacity and the resources and the sheer volume of effort it would take to try to do those efforts in like fashion in a community that just doesn't have those kinds of resources and capabilities.
Anybody else? Representative Yen has follow-up and the co-chairman.
Mr. Chairman, so just to follow up on that, do you think that we basically wouldn't hear from small towns in Wyoming anymore in the legislature?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen.
Mr. Murdoch, Mayor Murdoch.
I would argue, I mean, the question is which voice matters and which voice doesn't matter. And I think we would say that every voice matters. And I think to your answer, if we didn't have WHAM, I could guarantee you there are a number of towns that would your voice, their voice would not come to your table.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Co-chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Napier, thank you for your service in Gillette as well. I think we helped shape you a little bit too. It's a good educational experience, you know, both with WHAM and with WCCA. I think as legislators, we get to see
just a portion of what that association brings in terms of lobbying or in terms of bill help. And it's striking to me how much the associations actually provide that support and service to their members, and that the lobbying is a fraction of that pay. So it's a good educational experience. Would you agree with that assessment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would absolutely agree with that assessment. And I would also say, with respect to the breakdown that I gave you from a budgetary standpoint, we can easily tell you that dues do not pay for services that are akin to advocacy and perhaps even lobbying. So with regard to those particular issues that may be of particular concern to this group, we can easily say that is not due funded.
Thank you, Mr. Napier. We're good? Does WAM own any real estate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fact is that WAM does own the building that they're in. As a matter of fact, I was working here in Fremont County when that building was built, and it was built due to a large fundraising effort that took place. My memory tells me that we did not use dues to build the building, but it has been in play for quite a while, and as a matter of fact, is also a bit of a revenue generator for us as well.
So you have tenants in the building.
We do. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for this panel of three? And I can tell by the number of mayors that want to talk to us right now. This is illustrative of the point. Do you really want 99 mayors to come to Cheyenne to lobby you on issues? So let's think about that. So how many, who else would like to, we'll go online and then try to pick up the room as well. So Katie, who was on first online? Was it Krakow? Mayor Krakow, let's let him in. Mayor, welcome. I think you're a mayor. We're not hearing you, and I don't see that you're muted. Not hearing you. Nothing, sir. I'll tell you what, you keep working on it. Let's go to, who else do we have online? Let's go to Mr. Mickelson, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Mayor Krakow, as if you can get that worked out. Mr. Nicholson.
Good morning,
Mayor
Mr.
of Rock
Chairman.
Springs. Thank you.
In committee, thank you. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you remotely. It happens to be my birthday today, and as exciting as committee
Happy
meetings.
birthday.
You know, Rock Springs, I'm newly the mayor. This is my first term. And when I was sworn in, we were not a member of WAM. And in my council and I's efforts to do what I think we all can agree we want to do, which is to do better, we identified that by not participating in WAM, we were not receiving the information and the education that helps us to be more effective in serving our community. And we elected to join. So we've been members now for, I think, 8 months. And in that 8 months, the information and services and education that the council and I have received has been absolutely invaluable, not just to prevent all of us from storming the gates, right? And being down there during session, demanding your attention, but in helping us understand, you know, what's the difference in how the city government in Rock Springs is structured between the mayor's role and the council's role. How do we best serve our constituents effectively? How do we use the tax revenue that we get from taxpayers most effectively for our communities? For Wyoming, Rock Springs is a larger community. It would cost us easily 4 times as much money to have a much more inferior product if we were trying to duplicate that on our own. As we're going through sort of our process to identify, hey, you know, what do we want our local elected legislators to focus on? Like, what needs do we have as a community? Those supports that are provided not just to us, but I look at Mayor Wolf from Superior or Mayor Valerio from Granger. These are very small communities that are an essential part of the fabric of Wyoming. And if we are going to continue to provide them with solid representation and to improve our abilities to represent them, we absolutely need to continue being a part of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. So having seen both sides of that process, not participating and participating, I am fully in support of continuing to belong and receive those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Krakow, did you get anything to work? No, sir. You keep working on it. Maybe call down to City Hall, or if you're in City Hall, maybe you can get that worked out. Let's go to Mayor Beckley from Tensley.
Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you. I want to reiterate and agree with everything that all of my colleagues have spoken with. I will say on a couple direct, I do believe that as one of the smaller towns in Wyoming, I wouldn't be heard if we didn't have this organization. And partially because I wouldn't have the information. I don't know enough to know what's going on. By having this organization who looks at all the bills that are coming through, because I myself wouldn't have time to do that. I have 2 employees in the town and myself, so we're very limited. And the advantages that we get, if for nothing else, from the networking that I learn from everybody else, all the other mayors around. I working on a project that I've learned a lot from Jackson and so forth. I wouldn't have had those connections without this organization. And without this organization watching everything going through, I wouldn't know enough to know that there are issues that are coming up. And having an organization with, we have all 99 municipalities together coming to you, there are going to be an occasion where what the city needs and versus what the town's needs are going to conflict a little bit. And as an organization, we work to make those together. I'm also a board member. And I think that this is a very, very good use of our few $100s that we pay in dues. I think it's roughly $500. And there's no question in my mind that it's absolutely worth the taxpayers. We get so much more out of it than what we are able to put into it from a financial standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Not seeing any questions. How are we doing, Mayor Krakow?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
You're doing great. Yay. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, committee
I'm
members,
glad you could
sorry
join us in
about
singing
that.
happy birthday. Go ahead, Mayor.
I'd just like to add on a few things. Like Carter said, out of the 480,000 that municipalities put in, that all goes to education and training. And as far as the little towns, there's 45 municipalities that are under 500 people. And I'm one of them. And I know we can't afford full-time grants, HR, law enforcement, engineers. So when it comes to stuff coming up, WHAM educates us. And a couple prime examples of that is House Bill 172, the gun-free zone, and House Bill 72, we call it the bathroom one, where it says you must have policies and procedures on how you do enforcement. Well, we don't have law enforcement. We don't have HR people. So we rely heavily on some of these bills that you guys pass out there for WHAM for guidance on how we do that. And the final thing I want to point out, as you brought up, thanks to Governor Meade started this about 10 or 12 years ago. What the governor and legislatures would rather hear is one voice, not 99. If you can bring one voice to us that all 99 are behind, it makes it better for us and you as well. So I'd just like to point that out. You get rid of these associations, you're going to be bombarded by everybody around. So with that, I'll stand
We're
for
kind of
any
getting
questions.
that right now, sir.
Yep.
We're kind of understanding your point, I think.
Yep. So I'll stand for questions.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, Mayor. Glad you made it in. Let's go to the people in the room. Is there anybody else online, Katie? You can look for them. Let's go to people in the room since they're locked and loaded. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Joel Highsmith, Mayor, Town of Shoshone, Board of Directors of Wham, FCAG board, try to keep it short. Those that know me, that's not easy, or I'm known for. Anyway, real quick, Shoshone, it's, we got our medical clinic directly from a call from Wham saying, Mayor, this is on your bucket list, been talking about. We think the CARES funding that's out will support that. We applied, we got it over $300,000, very little or no cost to the town of Shoshone. In 2024 with a senior center needing a bus or a van to transport, down at a Wham meeting over lunch, Justin said, well, he knew a source. They was able to get a grant and get that van. Legal advice off and on from Wham's attorney has helped us immensely. They provide all sorts of training. We've talked about that. They're one thing Wham was, I think, very big part of. I was part of that on seeking the optional 1 cent tax for municipalities to be able to pass a tax. It really doesn't help Shoshone, but the bigger towns, which Riverton, Casper, Cheyenne, can help them. But that also helps the smaller communities because we use their services. That was huge, and Wham was a big part of getting that through. To give us a wider variety to how to fund ourselves, so we don't always have our hand out to the legislature for money. Well, that's still going to continue, but it helps to enable us to tax ourselves if we so elect to be able to do that. And that was huge, and Wham had a very, very big part of that. Getting that organization where the bulk of the Wham municipalities supported that. There was a vocal small group that didn't support that was getting a lot of attention. But anyway, it's just been so much help, to support home rule and give us a chance to make rules for ourselves, and also give us a chance to help raise taxes. They've just been great. And I first got introduced to Wham in 2010 and by a senior councilman, and I paid attention how much value the town of Shoshone was getting from Wham. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ray Pacheco, and I serve as the mayor of the city of Casper. I'm here today not on just behalf of my city, but as a member of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. It is an organization that represents all 99 municipalities across our state. WAM provides education, training, and a unified voice for cities and towns, from the largest to the smallest. That work is just not helpful. It is indeed essential. It ensures we stay compliant with changing laws. It provides and improves service to our residents, and it helps us respond together when state and federal policies affect our local communities. As mayor of one of the Wyoming's largest cities, I can tell you, even we rely on WAM to track legislation, provide legal clarity, and help interpret and implement new policy. For smaller towns with little or no staff capacity, that support is often the only way that they can stay connected to the legislative process. Let me be clear, this is not just about small towns. This is about local control. I'm going to say that again. This is about local control. This is about our ability to govern ourselves as guaranteed by the Wyoming Constitution. When we prohibit cities and towns from voluntarily joining associations like WAM, we weaken that self-governance. We isolate communities, and we make it harder, not easier, for local governments to do their jobs. The benefits are real, and WAM helps towns like Shoshone secure ARPA funds for critical infrastructure. In emergencies like in Opal, they help pass water and wastewater support. They've helped us stay proactive, not reactive, in serving our residents. This is also a matter of transparency. Membership in WHAM is discussed in public meetings. The public sees what we support. These aren't backroom deals. These are investments in training, legal guidance, and open collaboration. Yes, it is true, taxpayer dollars do help fund our membership dues, but let's be clear. This spending is public, it's approved in open meetings, and it's accountable to our constituents. And more importantly, it is an investment that pays off through legal training, legislative guidance, and collective problem solving that we simply could not afford to do alone. Let us not forget, Wyoming has always stood for local control. Time and again, our legislature, you, have always pushed back on federal overreach, defending the right of local communities to chart their own course. We take pride in that independence in Wyoming. We fought hard for that decision-making close to the people, not dictated by faraway offices. But this proposal, it turns that legacy on its head. It turns that local governments, what's that? My bad, sorry. This conversation turns that legacy on its head. It says that local governments in Wyoming, your cities, your towns, cannot come together. We can't organize and we can't advocate for ourselves. Not because it's illegal, not because it's unethical, but because some don't like what we might say. I didn't get into public service as you did to play politics. I got into politics and government to serve people, to build trust, to help build communities, and help them to solve their problems and move forward together. Associations like WHAM don't replace local governments that support it. They support it. They give us the tools, the training, and the voice we need to govern responsibly. In closing, I ask this committee, don't think about or consider taking that power away from us. Trust us to lead, trust us to be transparent, and trust that when we come together, we do so to serve with clarity, purpose, and integrity, stand with our local communities, stand with the principle that has always defined the wonderful state of Wyoming, trust in the people closest to the work. Thank you.
Today. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Pacheco. Appreciate that. Next mayor, please. We only have 94 to go.
Sorry, not a mayor.
Oh, wait.
We want to break it up a little bit. My name is Mr. Chair, representatives and.
Would you please call me chairman? That's a personal thing for me that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I
members of the
appreciate it. Thank
committee.
you.
My name is Stuart McCray. I am the city administrator for Sheridan. Probably one of the a true Scotsman. I'm very cheap in that if I'm going to drive 4.5 hours after having worked all day, I'm going to say something. So I just wanted to kind of come at this from a little bit different angle. First of all, Sheridan's share, what we pay into WHAM is $25,000. So much less than what Casper, a lot more than Shoshone. And next year I'll be on the board as a member of as the president of the Wyoming City Managers Association. We have a honorary board membership on the WHAM board. And I think from the position of the city administrators and city managers around the state, we have a very good collaborative association, but we could not do what we did without the help of WHAM. WHAM informs us, and having been in my position for going on 5 years now, I've attended a number of WHAM conferences, and I'm an observer of people. And as I watch the people at these, we have city council members, we have mayors, we have a staff. And what I've noticed is that you have a whole spectrum of personalities and opinions there. But one of the things I've learned in my 30 years in the Army and service to my city is that trust doesn't happen without a relationship. And if we don't have a relationship with each other, then we don't have trust between each other. And I was thinking about, while I was sitting out here earlier today, I was thinking about, of all things, the Peloponnesian Wars. the Peloponnesian Wars, I got taught about that for the first time when I was in the Army War College. And we talked about all these city-states that were always fighting with each other. And it wasn't until these Greek states united to work together that they were able to overcome a vast opponent. And sometimes our opponent is information, the lack of information. And if we don't band together, if we don't collaborate, if we don't talk to each other, then we don't have the ability. And not only is it inefficient, and I could hardly top the comments of Mayor Murdoch and Mr. Napier, who were very eloquent on what those values are. But if we don't collaborate with each other and communicate that as one voice, then you're going to have a whole lot of just static going your way. And it's going to be really difficult for the legislature to make decisions. So I will end with that.
Would you restate your name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
It's Stuart McCray. I'm the
McCray?
city administrator from Sheridan. My mayor was supposed to be on the video, but I don't think he was able to make it.
You mean Sheridan's double dipping?
No,
Is it
obviously not.
McCray, MCRAE?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mayor White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to Mr. Chairman and the committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for having this in Lander. We welcome you anytime to have meetings here. So I serve as the mayor of Lander, which is a role I take seriously and strive to uphold my duty. I know I'm not preaching to the choir. I am preaching to the choir about all of us knowing that serving as electeds is not meant to be a full-time position. So we're always looking for ways to serve more efficiently, effectively, with greater knowledge. And that's a really critical thing for all of us to have as options. And without a doubt, WHAM serves that role for me. As you've heard from others, I can be confident that WHAM uses distinct money from our taxpayer dues, towns and city dues, for its advocacy efforts. And what it's largely focusing on, and what I want to focus on, are all the educational opportunities and the services that WHAM provides for us. It's incredibly important for us to have this. It's a needed resource for mayors and mayors and council members, and I believe it makes great use of Lander's dues. So admittedly, some things are nice to know, but they're still important. So even within the last week, one was getting an email that one mayor's email was hacked and contained a virus, so please don't answer those emails. Another one was that something that seemed to be a spam email was in fact a valid request for public records, and we needed to comply with that appropriately. We have a new council member being sworn in on Tuesday, and it is incredibly helpful, not to mention efficient, to be able to hand that individual a packet about what it means to serve as a mayor or council member in the state of Wyoming, material produced by WHAM. We have the regional meetings as noted, which is our opportunity to share ideas, needs, concerns. We have statewide trainings on a variety of topics at our state meetings, that from financial practices, strategic planning, economic development, running public meetings. Those are all wonderful internally for us, but WHAM also serves to educate us on bills that have been passed by your esteemed body. So previous ones have been about, for instance, the financial training for elected officials, which again, with our new, soon-to-be new council member, that we can direct them to those web pages to be able to get that information. Upcoming ones are things like, what does the passage of House Bill 172 mean for municipalities? So WHAM works in partnership in that way in helping educate all of us. And that partnership extends beyond just our local level. It's through WHAM that we've received requests for information from Senator Lummis and her staff about how our impacts of funding cuts and freezes impacting our budgets. And that's an efficient way for her to get that information. Similarly, Representative Hageman wanted to know how the EPA's mandate for lead pipe removal is progressing for us. Right now, as again, serving in a partnership, WHAM is trying to gather information about the building permit, proposed changes, infrastructure needs, and so on. So these are all very concise and efficient way for all of us to communicate with each other and to exchange data that informs the critical decisions that we make. So to my mind, there's no doubt that WHAM serves well to educate elected officials, all of us, to better serve our community, works for all of us to efficiently, completely, and effectively craft legislation that best serves the deserving citizens of the great state of Wyoming. This is an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to have all of us serve more effectively. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my point of view. And thank you for all of you for your own service, not just to the towns and cities of Wyoming, but to indeed all residents. And I will happily stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mayor White. I'd like to take just a moment for a little housekeeping brief here. So we have one more association we've got to talk to. This agenda item is supposed to leave at 10. I would give preference to any mayor in Wyoming that wants to speak against WHAM at this time. I see the hands are flying up. No, I don't. So please, this message has been delivered loud and clear, and I'm not going to cut anybody off. But we do have more public comment to get to, and before that, another association. And I'd prefer just to have elected officials at this point in time, if that's okay. Are there any mayors that have a burning desire to address this? Because the message has been delivered. We got more mayors, so clear the room if you guys wouldn't mind. I guess they're paid by the word. Welcome. And are there more online, Katie? Good. Go ahead, Mr. Collins. Mayor Collins.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll first of all just say ditto to everything that's been said and just maybe add one more perspective. Our executive director is a member of the intergovernmental agency that directly talks with Trump's White House. We have this thing called DOGE going on, and they're reaching out to communities like ours to find out what potential impacts might happen to actions the government or the White House might take. And Ashley's able to take that information, pass it on to us, but more importantly, be able to take the information that we have and what that impact would be to us and pass it on to the White House. So I think that that is really a critical part of having a central point of focus that 99 cities and towns have the ability to communicate directly to the White House. We have a standing call every month with Representative Hageman to talk about issues, from the federal government down to us and backwards, things that are affecting us up to the senator. She's been incredible at being responsive to helping us here in Cheyenne on some things that we've had issues with the federal government, and that relationship has helped. I think the mayor from Lander just spoke about it just a second ago, but we have this unfunded mandate from the EPA going on right now that we have to replace all the lead pipes and galvanized pipes, the service lines that go from our mains to the people's homes. Those are private lines, but they're our responsibility, or have been told our responsibility, and trying to understand the timelines and the standards and all of that type of stuff. That's some of the things that WHAM is helping us navigate. In Cheyenne, we have 6,000 to 8,000 of those. I mean, we're talking tens of millions of dollars worth of impact. We're trying to understand that. Because of WHAM, I got to meet Carter Napier, the city manager of Casper. I don't have a professional degree in running cities. And so it's really nice for me to be able to pick up the phone and call Stu from Sheridan or call Carter from Casper. And I think somebody said a little bit ago that, when you get to meet people, you create a level of trust, and that allows me to be able to make those phone calls. And so when issues are coming up and I'm like, well, how are you guys handling that? It's invaluable to us not have to reinvent the wheel. And so I would just tell you that. And I think the last thing I would tell you is I think this is a little bit of a view of our future. Without associations, we all have to come talk to you. And with an association, we speak with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Looking around. Yes, sir. You're next. Please introduce yourself.
Mayor Ayers, Town of Mountain View.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
You're related to a legislator named Ayers?
I'm not, no.
Oh, okay.
No, sir. I'm not going to say anything that you guys haven't already heard today, so I'll keep it very brief. I've spoken with several mayors and council members on this issue. they all recognize the value of WAM. None of them, however, would be willing to pay their association dues out of their own pocket. Our town council members make $100 per meeting. Let's see. I just want to reiterate that, you know, we are part-time elected officials, and associations like WAM are our boots on the ground in Cheyenne. I feel like I'm quite well informed of all the issues we face as elected officials. And I owe that to WAM and the networking that's provided by WAM. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ayers. Thank you. Any questions? Really appreciate it.
Right.
Well, let's go to the Wyoming Association of County Officers, and this is the last formal association we'll hear from. And then we'll take general public comment. Looks like a formidable group. And I know that there's sub-associations. There's like a clerks association. There's a lot of different associations, but we're going to try to hold to your level. So please, welcome.
Good morning, honorable members of the representatives and senators this morning. My name is Loretta Howison-Callis. I have been honored to serve Uena County as the county attorney since 2015. I am the president of the Wyoming Association of County Officers. I am also the vice president of the Wyoming County and Prosecuting Attorneys Association. To educate you a little bit about what WACO is, we are a organization of all of the different elected officers in the state of Wyoming. We have various purposes. You can see that on our website. I'm not going to bore you this morning with that. But the primary purpose is to facilitate an opportunity for each of the elected officers through our counties to meet and associate to provide for opportunities. One of the core purposes of that is for our meeting that occurs every year. That used to actually be a biannual meeting. It now occurs once a year, and that occurs in September. And in relation to that, in those purposes, to try to provide some basic issues for that is it has a dual purpose. Our actual meeting, the meeting that provides for the business portion of the WACO, takes about an hour and a half out of a 3-day program. It is not the primary purpose or association for the purpose of the WACO or our annual meeting. What our annual meeting provides is first and foremost an opportunity for every elected official on a county level to have an opportunity for training, primarily for issues that are occurring with you in Cheyenne. It is an opportunity, for example, when you pass legislation to require through the Department of Audit each and every elected official to have training as to appropriate financial purposes. Part of WACO was to provide a full-day training to accord us the opportunity to have those certifications, to make sure that we each had that training and education as to the appropriate use of public funds. We've also had meetings when each and every one of us have education related to the Public Records Act. Several years ago, you changed that legislation substantially and provided that there's an omnibus for each county to have a person that is associated as the central location. Actually, ours for Uena County is right here, our clerk, Amanda Hutchinson. And that provides for education and training. We also have had trainings related to what are public areas in our buildings versus secure areas and how to specifically facilitate and separate those locations. In addition to that mass training that we provide for the entirety of our elected officers, we have each association, all 8 associations of elected officers, meet and have individual meetings. And those meetings are essential to provide an opportunity for each of those associations to first and foremost organize, but also have essential training that is required for each of those officers in order to facilitate their statutory obligations that are provided through our legislature and our Constitution. For example, each attorney represents each of our counties have required continuing legal education. We could get that legal education in a gamut of ways. We could go to different programs and different issues. But at WACO, we ensure that we are getting training as to our duties to represent our counties. It is when we discuss roads and bridges. It's when we discuss our essential issues with Title 25 for involuntary hospitalizations, for our issues with our criminal prosecutions, juvenile matters, and other issues. And so in that way, we are facilitating specific training essential for our duties as our county attorneys and prosecuting attorneys. And similarly, our other 7 associations have that. Our board is made up of 1 member from each of your 8 elected officials in each county level. So I wrote them down in case I forget them. We have the attorneys, the assessors, the clerks, the clerk of district courts, the treasurers, coroners, the sheriffs, the commissioners. And so each of those 8 organizations, of course, have an association, and you would hear from each of those associations. Similarly, then you to do your municipalities, but likely each of those members. In addition to that, we have our immediate past president that serves as a board. There has been inquiry related to funding. So specifically, for example, Mr. Chairman, for Representative Locke, the funding for Waco is $400 per county is paid to our membership. And then for those who elect to participate in the annual meeting, then this year's fee for those participants is going to be $275. That helps to facilitate the offset for any, we do have sponsors that come to Waco. And so, but for those funds that don't pay for those facilities, the meals, the presenters, that $275 goes to those charges. And then in relation to other questions that have been presented in this, I want to just note one other issue, because I am confident that none of you are trying to assert in any way with this meeting or in the discussion with legislation that occurred in the 2025 legislature, which is, I think, why you have so much presence today. None of us are trying to believe or say that you would violate the constitutional right to association. I don't believe that that is anything that you're addressing in any way, because I'm confident that you wouldn't do that. What I do fear is that the legislation that was proposed in 2025 that has brought and sparked the attention of all of these associations is the funding aspect that was in that bill. And my dear Mountain View Mayor, Mayor Ayers kind of pointed out some of those issues. We are limited in our funding. County elected officials as well as our employees do not make a substantial amount of money. If you do a cost comparison, even to state employees, we're grossly underpaid. We're not here to discuss that. What we are here to discuss is none of us would be able to fund those individual contributions to those associations. And if they are those, they would be the more highly funded counties, those that are lucky to have riches. My neighbor to the east of us, Sweetwater County, is lucky. They have all those beautiful trona mines, and so they have a lot of funding. Uinta County does not have those benefits. And so, in effect, when you look at a constitutional question, there is as applied or as written. And in relation to matters, when you are talking about cutting funding, prohibiting your local governments from providing the individual choices as to what associations they pay, then you will effectively be providing an as-applied violation, in my opinion, to some of those associations, because simply those small governments, those small counties, those small municipalities will not have the funds to participate in these essential meetings that provide these trainings and these opportunities to meet together and to group in those processes. In relation to that, obviously, you have some members of our board, and so I'm going to my first vice president is Karen Rimmer. She is the Converse County Clerk.
Clerk Rimmer, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the time here. And this is day 2, so appreciate you guys sticking with us as well. And I want to talk about a couple of things. Just listening to everybody's testimony, there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously, Waco provides advocacy ultimately for taxpayers and from the Clerks Association for voters, constituents. But there's 3 words that have come up in a lot of the testimony today, and they are collaboration, trust, and relationships. So I want to talk a little bit about that, just in the sense of Waco. I will bring the Clerks Association into it a little bit because that's another organization I'm involved with. But collaboration, I want to make sure you understand that these associations collaborate. So WCCA and the Clerks Association, for example, we collaborate in the revenue estimating manual. We use that as well for budgeting purposes. We also work with WCCA for the indigent burials. We work with coroners for that, with that as well. WAMCAT and CCAW, the Clerks Association, we work together as well. WAMCAT, of course, is the Municipal Association for Clerks and Treasurers. They have a really robust training program that they have put together. I was actually on the board when that was put into place, and they've been helping us with some of that as well. We collaborate with WAM. We collaborate with the assessors. We collaborate with the treasurers. We have a lot of duties that the lines get blurred between our departments because we each have a role with titling or, you know, assessed valuation as far as budgeting and what the assessor's part is. The other thing I would like to state is that when we have these association meetings, and Waco is a perfect example of this, this is also a really great opportunity for all of our state electeds and our state leadership positions. We meet with them every meeting. The Clerks Association meets in the spring and then again in the fall. So since I've been the clerk, we have met with the Secretary of State's office at each of those meetings. We meet with YDOT, DCI, the Ombudsman with the Governor's office. We have also met with Department of Revenue, Department of Audit, Wyoming Liquor Division. And so it's also a way for us to collaborate with our partners in those state elected offices and those director positions. The other thing with the training and knowledge, and I'm kind of restating this, but I think it's important to do so. When we become elected officials, there's no grace period for learning these positions. And so, I mean, the laws that are applicable begin immediately. And so we don't have the ability to not do something. If we didn't do our jobs most effectively, it would have huge impacts on everybody in the state, taxpayers, our counties. You all know this. I'm not saying anything you don't know. The ability to have the support of these associations, whether it's Waco or the Clerks Association, the treasurers, attorneys, municipalities, it's critically important to us to have that support and that training, and basically just to really provide the most effective government work that we can for the taxpayers that pay for it. So I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go through all of you first and then we'll have questions.
Go down there.
Looks like you're it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Barron. I'm a county attorney from Sundance, Wyoming, up in Crook County. I've been the elected county attorney there since 1991. I've had 9 elections, and I was previously a deputy county attorney there before that. So I'm very familiar with the associations that I've served in 2014 as a Waco president in that. But in listening to everything that I've heard, I want to highlight a couple things that are, because I got plenty to talk about, but I know we have limited time and you've heard it all before. But in the when I started out, I knew nothing about being county attorney other than being deputy county attorney before that, and then moving on to that. And so you don't come with a book that tells you this is what you do on day one. You have to learn that. And the way you learn that is through other people that do the same job. You can read the books, you can do those things, but you got to know where in the books to go look. And so it's, and there's a lot of books that, laws that we have to follow. So just the association of dealing with other people and other people in those positions is invaluable to do that. In all those years since 1991, I put together a budget. I do that. I answer to my taxpayers in my county. And the most fiscally responsible thing that I think that we can do in my capacity at that, we have to get education as attorneys, 15 hours of CLE a year. If I were to go pay for that elsewhere, it would cost me between $2,500 and $3,000 a year. That's been my experience in dealing with this over the years. I can go to our meetings there with Waco and with our meetings with the County Attorneys Association on that. And I can get all that for what we pay for going to Waco, the $275 that pays for everything there. And that helps us because then we don't have to do that. because we don't have a director, we don't have a paid anybody. And that's why you don't see us there all the time, because we're all working. We all have a job, we all have something to do in addition to trying to come down here and talk to you about things. And so one of the things is I can get all that done. In our case, we charge $100 a head for attorneys. That's our dues. That's it. And so for that, and one of the things is, well, is that right? Is that fair? We're paying that to an association. The bottom line is this: the Wyoming Constitution allows you to spend public funds on anything where you receive a benefit from that fund. It's not a donation. We receive a benefit from these funds, and these funds are, I simply look at it, I spend a few dollars to get basically my travel expenses and my thing there, and I can get my 15 hours of education every year. That is just something that's very simple. Waco always tries to put on a couple days of training before that. And we can go to other people's meetings and that sort of thing. So from that limited thing, we really learn a lot. We get a chance for the state officials to come and see us. They teach us about things that has big impacts on the money that you guys are in charge of. Everything from Department of Corrections, Department of Health, from Title 25 within that, everything with juveniles, abuse, neglect, foster care, all of those things, we have a huge amount of impact. But the court system. 37% of the cases in the district court are brought by the county attorneys and the district attorneys in this state. So over a third of the court, what's going on in court is we're the ones that bring it. Courts don't do anything on their own. They're reactive to what the parties bring. And so we have a lot to say about what goes on there, and it impacts the funding mechanism that you do. We have that same impact in the circuit courts. They have it broken down there to 23% criminal and 58% traffic. But traffic is an important thing. May not think so, but under traffic, if we learn from the YDOT, there's something that's called masking, for example. And what that means is that if we plea bargain CDL violations for things, that can result in state audits. It can result ultimately in loss of state DOT funding on that. So that's something that we learned we shouldn't be doing with CDL. And I have to say, most of us didn't know that. It's a federal law. And so it gives an opportunity to teach us on that and teach everybody. And then once we know that, that gets passed down to the kids.
Are you getting close to finishing up?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm done, because that was just an example I wanted to give you. But thank you, Senator, Chairman Case, and the committee for listening to all of us.
It's good to see you again, Attorney Barron. It's been a
Thank
long
you.
time. How about you, ma'am?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Emily Parvasini, Sublette County Treasurer, former president of the County Treasurers Association, also a member of Waco. You've heard all of the reasons why we feel it's important to have our associations help represent us. The Treasurers Association doesn't have a lobbyist. We would really love to have one, but we can't find a glutton for punishment to do it. So our association fees are $200 a year. Those fees go towards helping pay for accommodations for our members to try to go to legislature when and if we can, to help us bring information, education to the committees and legislature when there's bills that affect the things that we do, like property taxes and motor vehicles. But we rely heavily on the County Commissioners Association for information, for representation, because we can't always make it to all of the meetings. When you have 200 bills and they're over a gamut of different topics, and we have one person that might be able to come to one day during a 3-week period for legislature, and Zoom isn't always effective. It's a great tool, and we do use it when we have some of our informal brief meetings as an association. But we have basically 2 meetings a year, one with Waco, which was all the county elected officials, and then one for just our association that lasts about a day and a half. But in order to really be effective, to bring our voice, and we work very, very closely with our constituents. We are a close government to the people. And in order for really us to be effective, being able to have a face-to-face conversation and look you in the eye and say, this can't work for us, makes a huge difference. And when we can't always be there, we rely on other associations that we work closely with to help represent us. So I don't think this whole conversation is really about whether or not it's appropriate for us to be involved with associations. I think we've determined that that is important. It does have value. It's who pays for it. But that is the cost of government. Literally having us pay those dues off our own paychecks, it would be ineffective because we wouldn't be able to fund what is currently being funded. Like our Treasurers Association is $200. Okay, I could pay $200 to participate in that association. But for what we rely on with County Commissioners Association, those fees and what they do, the research that they do, the communications that they do with the counties, they provide us with a revenue handbook that helps with our budgeting this time of year. Those kinds of services, I mean, you almost can't put a dollar amount on it. There's so much value there. So if you're talking about dollars and cents, and it kind of feels like that's what this is boiling down to at the end of the day, having us pay out of pocket to do county work, county business is not really appropriate. Not all counties are paid the same. Not all county elected officials are paid the same. And we all have a right to have a seat at the table to be represented. And as you've been barraged today, you also don't want to see 23 commissioners from, 3 different counties, or 99 commissioners from all over the state, or all of the municipality people. I mean, it's a lot of representation. If you can boil it down and make it efficient, make it work for all of us, which is what it's doing now, it is valuable, it is money well spent, and I feel like more than likely, if you were to talk to our constituents, they would not have a problem with us using those funds in that way. It benefits all of Wyoming, all of our residents, and there's really no better way to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Parmasini. You're the county treasurer of what county?
Sublet.
Sublet. Thank you very much.
And I would stand for any questions.
A lot of money to count. We're going to keep going. And so we're already 15 minutes past this topic, and we haven't heard from the other side or heard general public comment. So I would ask, I'm kind of begging that you respect that. If you don't have anything new to say as an elected official, of course you get to talk to us. Every member of the public is going to get to talk to us if they want. But is it really necessary considering what has already been said? I'm just asking you that, okay? It's Friday. We got a heavy lift with public records after this. And so I ask, I'm kind of begging here. So who wants to speak next? Yes, sir.
I promise I will be brief. I forgot my name tag, but I did wear my pin from my great uncle Rudy, who was in the Senate with Wyoming for many, many years. My name is Clayton Malinkovich. I am the Sublette County Attorney and grateful to be here. The one point I want to bring up that has not been brought up before, and this is what I tell the 8th graders when I go to Pinedale Middle School and I teach them about the Constitution, is I talk about the role of a county attorney. And I tell them that we wear 2 hats, that we wear the hat wherein we represent the county as a governmental entity. And the other hat is where we represent the state as the prosecuting attorney, as the chief law enforcement officer for each county. And I talk to them about the idea of having a client and how an attorney is a service provider in similarity to a plumber. And I often make the joke that the crap we deal with is just different. When talking about how when we represent the state, the client is the state of Wyoming, the people of the state of Wyoming. And so I often get asked, well, how do you know what they want you to do? And I point to the green books. And I say, we look to the legislature. We look to you. So in the ability for us to communicate with our client, which is the legislature, when we have the ability to come with a unified voice, you know what we say from that perspective. I have had the opportunity to testify in front of some of you before. It's good to see your faces and thank you for the time. But oftentimes when we have spoken, I have spoken most recently, I believe I was speaking to the group and I recognized a couple of you from when we were discussing the squatters bill.
Remember when you said you were going to be brief?
I know, it's so hard.
Remember you promised?
Remember when I said I was an attorney? It's a very difficult thing. I'm almost done. I promise. In that situation, when I testified about my thoughts on it, the question came back to us, well, that is your opinion. With the ability to have associations, with the ability to be able to collaborate together, and with that to be able to be funded by our counties, I can respond and say, no, that is the voice of the entirety of the County and Prosecuting Attorneys Association. And then I communicate, we as county attorneys communicate with our client what we think about the legislature that you're putting together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Melankovich. Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Committee. I'm Amanda Hutchinson, Uena County Clerk and Vice President of the County Clerks Association. And my goal is to be the most brief person here today. I'm going to take my notes and go like that and just try to really drive the point home that the Clerks Association exists primarily for that collaboration and education amongst each other. I hope you've seen in our testimonies that we provide to you during the session that we try to primarily focus on the educational aspect of it, whether we can or cannot administer it. You may see us start to provide a ranking on how difficult it is to administer versus how easy it is to administer, but we really have tried to be educational while trying to still have our voices heard. I appreciate you letting me take a few brief moments today, and we'll just end by saying our dues are cheaper than if I had to spend a 3-day trip in Cheyenne to go and testify. And certainly 2 or 3 voices that you hear from the clerks is much, much less than if all 23 of us showed up. So thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Hutchison. Certainly this committee and the Clerks Association has kind of a special bond, and we appreciate all you've done. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Can you point that down towards you?
Excuse me.
There you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee
morning.
members. My name is Ann Sutton. I'm the Clerk of District Court in Teton County and the President of the Clerk of District Court Association. Again, to be brief, just a few very concrete examples. I want to talk about just fiscal year this calendar year 2025 and what our association dues are going to and our travel expenses. Excuse me. And I want to start with just what a mentor of mine shared with me when I became the elected clerk of district court. I remember her saying very directly, you'll never have all the answers, but you'll need to know how to find the answers. You'll be looking to the statute books, you'll be looking to the rule books, and you'll also be looking to your colleagues and your partners. And I think that's really what our association's about, is that we won't ever have all the answers, but to most efficiently and effectively find those, we rely on each other because, as you know, sometimes those rule books and statute books either have conflicts or lack some clarity. And I'm going to look back to 2024 as well. We are also a member of WACO. In September, for the first time ever, we attended as an association the Wyoming State Bar. We had an exhibitor booth that was an association presence to make sure that we could hear from attorneys across the state for the rapidly changing technology that we have with court records, including the implementation of e-filing and attempts to modernize the court. We plan to do that again in 2025. In 2 weeks' time, we have our spring meetings. And at those meetings, we'll have at least a half-a-day session with the Wyoming Judicial Branch. We have at least 6 state systems that we used to cover everything from child support enforcement to certifying records on appeal, to managing our case records, to attorney e-filing, and to public access. As such, we really need those in-person training and collaborations with the Wyoming Judicial Branch. Common partners that we visit with at state association meetings that we travel to in person include Vital Statistics, Department of Transportation, Wyoming State Archives, and folks like that. We have been doing and will continue to do a lot of this cross-training specifically with the judicial branch, just to make sure that our systems properly protect litigant information, to make sure that they efficiently make available through public access systems those records to the interested public and to the attorneys of record on the case. It is the most rapidly changing time I've had in my 10 years as clerk. In the last 5 years, every system we've used of those 6, except for one, has entirely changed. So I just wanted to share when I put my budget together for our county commissioners and when our association considers how we use our dues, these are critical to how we serve our local constituents and how we use state systems to provide data to you, the legislature, data to the interested public, and most importantly, serve the litigants who find themselves in the court system. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Sutton. Do you want to bring us home?
Thank you, Chairman Case and Co-Chairman Knapp. As you've just seen from our different associations, you have not heard from the coroner, sheriff, or assessor. They're no less important, but Waco serves as an umbrella and a branch to bring together our various associations, an opportunity for us all to meet together and for us to collaborate together. And so I stand for any questions if you've had them.
Thank you, Ms. Howison-Callis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Case.
Attorney Howison-Callis. Any questions or anything so far? You did great. Thank you. We are going to open it up to the general public now, and we'd like to hear perhaps Representative Brady, did you want to address the bill that you had last session? And we are way short on time, so we hope you'll help us out.
I know. I think I really talked too fast last time. Yeah, and I can see this has spread out a little bit. I'll try. Oh, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members. And again, thank you for bringing up this topic. It's very important. I can't say my notes are in perfect order, but I will start by saying my concern is with the taxpayer and how those public funds are used for lobbying. Who represents and lobbies for the taxpayer? Every elected group seems to have their lobbyist and everybody's cheering for the lobbyist. But what about the taxpayer? Who represents them? We do. We are their association, and that's why I'm fighting for them. We have non-elected lobbyists directing local electeds. The local electeds, I feel, are given enough salary that I would hope they'd be able to get together and come to some kind of just work together what's best for their communities. Statewide, they can arrange something, maybe like I suggest Zoom. I say it is effective. Each of these associations are multi-layered. They're not just, they don't just stop here at the city or the county or the state. They go above that. They go national. They go above national, global. That removes local control, bringing decision-making back to the, we should be bringing decision-making back to the local level. Associations often lobby against the people. For example, opposed lower property tax and bigger government. There has been an uptick in overreach in the use of some of these associations. We are seeing them show up on our counties as policies. We need to stop excessive government spending in a small way by not paying for the association fees, travel, and expenses on the taxpayer money. Anything that has the word association or organization in it are not government. They're private organizations with their own agendas. For example, the Wyoming County Commissioner Association has been against numerous pro-Second Amendment bills. That is an agenda. WCCA also opposed lowering property tax for the people. That is an agenda. Taxpayers not only pay for all costs, no one voted for an association employee. Prior to 2025 legislation, 18 states have already stopped public funded associations. Associations do not need to be funded by the taxpayer, who are already tapped out. They're elderly that must return to the workforce to pay for their property taxes so they don't lose their homes. It's a vicious circle. Electeds can meet, as I said, via Zoom amongst themselves. This has got to be a local issue. It seems like we have to go through associations to get to our own people, our county people, our city people. That's the gatekeeper. Mayors represent themselves by communicating directly to their locals, their representatives, their senators, their county commissioners. Not every level needs an association. Let me see, I want to catch up over here. For example, when it comes to the public dollars, the taxpayer, the one that always gets forgotten. At the state level, association fees is roughly $3.2 million. At the county level, it's more than $500,000. For school board, statewide membership dues and fees from 22 and 23 from the Department of Education amounts to $771,366. If you will notice, I haven't told you about any municipal dues or fees for associations. Interestingly enough, those have been a little hard to come by. Also not included in this taxpayer-funded paid time, taxpayer-funded fees, there's paid time to attend those meetings. We send all of our our electeds to go to these meetings, however often, as they've mentioned. We pay their travel, all of it, their hotels, per diem. There's only 586,000 people in this state. How much lobbying could we possibly need? As well, the public is not privy to a lot of that information. I haven't seen any information, although I heard it was just said it was public. I haven't seen any. And I would venture to guess that everyone testified this morning in support of the association is being paid. So my concern, again, is when we talked about constitutional right of association. When it was mentioned several times this morning, are they declaring they have a right to publicly funded association? I say not. Our Wyoming Constitution, Article 16, Section 6. And by providing the use of public funds for membership fees and related expenses, eliminating associations would safeguard taxpayer resources and reinforces the principle that government funds should serve the people, not private special interest organizations. Elimination of associations prevents taxpayer dollars from being used.
Can I ask a question right now?
Yes.
Because you have said eliminate associations. Would you couch it more like eliminate taxpayer funded associations?
Okay.
I mean, is that more what you're trying to convey?
My whole purpose here is to represent the taxpayer, so taxpayer.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
Publicly funded association.
Publicly funded.
Okay.
That's good.
I'm just
That's
trying
what
to
I meant
connect
there.
here. Thank you.
Because there's
So-
no issue. I mean, if people want to pay for who's anyone to stop anyone from joining an association and using their own time and for travel and own expenses? So thank you for that correction. elimination of publicly funded association prevents taxpayer dollars from being used to fund private entities that may prioritize their own interests over those of the public. Also mentioned was we need associations to teach us the ropes. Basically, you're all elected officials. How did you learn the ropes? Did you have an association to teach you, or did you rely on your fellow legislators? So that's what I'm trying to encourage municipalities to rely on other municipalities. I know different areas need different things, but there's an agreement that they all deal with a lot of the same things.
You do know that the legislature belongs to associations, right?
Yeah, I would like to see that included as well, sir.
I understand.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
have the president of the chair of the Council of State Government. Most people have been to NCSL meetings. A lot of people go to ALEC meetings, which aren't funded with Wyoming dollars. But I mean, we're kind of bad at it too. So you've got to throw us in there. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, got it across the board is what I'm saying. And there was a big article recently about how many few people use the legislative association. And it came out to each trip was, or each person that, you probably read that, was like $9,000 per, if you're going to average it out, how our tax dollars are being spent. So I encourage them to rely on each other to learn the ropes. All right, let me make sure I didn't forget anything and then I'll get going. So bottom line is really, why should taxpayers be paying for government employees to participate in associations or organizations? So standing up for the people that generate and keep alive all government, they are so often forgotten. And that's why I'm here. And I hope you guys can think of them and the monies. And this is just scratching the surface of the dollars. And I would like to see a deep dive into this and see how much actually is spent on this.
Thank you, Representative
Stand
Brady.
for questions.
Let's see if there are questions. Any questions for Representative Brady? Who'd like to go first?
M&Ms.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Representative Brady, we have some questions.
Representative Brady. Thanks. I assume you actually took out of your own time and paycheck to come here. And so that.
Yes, sir.
I know.
I have.
I'm sure you did.
And yesterday.
Let's go through the chair.
No hotel.
No, hold it. Let's go through the chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's do that. Let's start there.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Brady. We as legislators determine the legislative budget for our own budget. And so that's how, when we're going to justify whether we need to pay dues to our own associations. Our voters, we're held accountable to our own voters. When we set the state budget, they determine, oh, you didn't set the right priorities in the state budget. I'm going to unelect you, or I'm going to choose someone else, or I'm going to elect you again because I like what you did to the state budget. You saying that you're trying to represent the taxpayers, but the Mayor Pacheco and Mayor Collins in Laramie and Casper represent more voters than probably 2/3 of the representatives on this panel right here, this committee. Who's to say that me as representing the voters and taxpayers in Teton County should tell the voters of Casper what their budget should be? Are we going to go through the budget of every single town and say these are the things that those taxpayers should pay for and these are not?
Let's take a moment to appreciate this spring day we have in Lander. It's beautiful and so green. So everybody take a deep breath and Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Yen, are you asking me how the association plays into this?
Mr. Chairman.
Let's deep breath, my friend. Everybody got to do a deep breath. This is interim. We got lots of time. It's like yoga to be in Lander, right? Representative Yan.
Mr. Chairman, I might go for a mountain bike ride after this, or maybe I'll go to Casper Mountain and try it out over there. My question is ultimately, all of these associations, as you've seen, are made up of elected officials, and their board of directors are elected officials who also determine their own county budgets, their own budgets or their own city budgets, and they're held accountable by their own voters and their own taxpayers to determine their own budgets. Who are we to overturn the elected officials that are elected by their own voters to determine their budgets instead of their own voters holding them accountable for their budgets? And I'll do some meditation after today to think about that as well.
Thank you very much, Representative Yan. Representative Brady, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Representative Yan. I'm sorry, that was very convoluted to me. You said all associations are made up of elected officials. The associations themselves, they're made up, elected by whom?
I think we've been talking about Wyoming Association of Municipalities, which is mayors and council people, County Commissioners Association, which is the commissioners, Wyoming Association of County Officials they're all elected. Now, staff members may help or serve in some ways, but they seem to me that they're largely directed and by elected officials. That would be my understanding. And maybe you have a different thought, Representative Brady?
I'm just saying, well, what I was trying to say is the associations, anybody that represents them, are not elected by the taxpayer.
But the members are. I think that's
The members, they elect within their own body. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, I'm saying
Okay.
the members that a county commissioner is a member of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association as an elected official.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they do nominate who they would like to represent, and like the GOP, we just elected their chair, such as that, correct?
Well,
Who they will represent them, but my point is, I'm coming from the taxpayer perspective and the dollars and the amounts, and I read those to you in the millions. Now, how can we save taxpayer money? And how necessary are these when 18 other states have eliminated that? What they do is they represent, if someone within, let's say, the county, within the county commissioners or something, they select one, maybe in a region like Southwest Corner, will go represent and speak with the legislators if that's necessary. They work around it and try to do it themselves and try to keep it in-house. And that's closest to the people and to each.
Go ahead. Were you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off. We've got other questions stacking up.
Okay.
Let's go to Representative Landon, and then we'll go to Representative or Senator Landon, Representative Brown. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to prolong this because I just, anyway. But the National Council of State Legislators is something we belong to, and so I'm on that website right now. And it has a list of each state regarding this particular topic as to what is forbidden and what is not. And I can't find 18 states that have this law in place.
I'm sorry.
They really do not have it. And so my question to you is, where are you getting that information? Who's providing it to you? Because it's wrong. The states just don't do this. There's 2/3 of the states that have no law in this regard at all.
Representative Brady. And we can fact check later too.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I'm thank you for bringing that up, because what I had my numbers down is what initially was referring to. It's just the states, and I have a list of them right in my bag, that do not allow public funds for associations. And that was printed off as of 2023. So they all have list their code, why, their state, their constitution,
Yeah,
coding.
and Representative Brady, maybe you could help us to get that, so that all the members could have that list in the source. That'd be great.
Michelle?
Maybe follow up with staff.
So-
Representative Landon,
Mr.
Senator
Chair-
Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just, there might be a little confusion there. Some states prohibit direct contracting with a lobbyist. That's a little bit different angle to this, but certainly at least from what I've been able to find, there's no prohibition there for most states, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. I think we could probably ask staff to look into this more. But let's go down. Representative Brown had a question. Let's go there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 4, Section 14 of the Wyoming Constitution, the legislature shall provide by law an examination of the accounts of the state treasurer, Supreme Court, district courts, clerks, and all county treasurers and treasurers of such other public institution as the legislature may prescribe. The Constitution of Wyoming does give the legislature the oversight of all accounts in the state. So yes, we need to be looking at those.
Would you give the citation again, please?
Article 4, Section 14.
414. Yes. It's exactly what it says. Article 4, Section 14, examination of accounts. The legislature shall provide by law for examination of the accounts of state treasurers, Supreme Court clerks, district court clerks, and all county treasurers and treasurers of such other public instructions as the legislature may provide. It doesn't say anything about, it does talk about the accounts of these the treasurers. I guess that's the way we're supposed to get to it with this, but you're right on point. Was that a question directed at Representative Brady or for general discussion, or what do you think, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, it's just an observation. We were talking about this. Representative Yan was pointing out that the legislature possibly should not be instructing cities and counties as to their budgets. This gives us oversight on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm excited to do more micromanagement.
Representative Vian, you guys wait for the chair to recognize you, okay? I know this is a touchy subject, and I don't think we're going to resolve it today, but we'll look for a motion. We'll look to see if there's support to continue this discussion at our next meeting, but let's get the public testimony down. And Representative Brady, did you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Ms. Kaufman, you're right at the table next, and we ask other people to come and fill out the table. Welcome.
Thank you. Again, here I am. My name is Jill Kaufman. I'm just a business owner from an ordinary town in an ordinary community, and I have no fancy name. The only thing that I can say is that I represent the 500,000 plus people in this state. Unfortunately, they can't be here because they're busy busy working to pay for these taxes that we have to pay for these associations. We are just into the point that we are maxed. I hope you hear that. We're not telling the associations they can't do anything. I do know that most of them are 504c3s, 4s, and 6s, and that's fine. They can do that. They can go and they can raise funds for their organization. I don't want the taxpayer to be paying that out of the pockets of us. We are very much taxed out. We are very much working very hard to do this. Please don't make the mistake of thinking that just because a lot of people from the communities aren't here, they're not interested. They are very interested in this overreach and overspending and out of control that our government has slowly, incrementally done throughout the years. I have a few more comments.
Okay.
Some of the things that we need to do is, we love what some of these organizations do, but we cannot get public records for them. My experience this year is through the elections. I could not get any public records from the Association of the Clerks, yet they go and they make policy and tell what we can do at our logic and accuracy testing. They say, oh, if one thing is considered an original, which they just circled their wagons and decided that. And then that's what they told everybody of the people, of the public, when they were going to these going to these logic and accuracy testing. That is not something that the associations should be doing. They should not be making policy. We've also seen that they go and they use our dime, the taxpayer dime, to go and lobby against every one of the bills that the people put forward. That is unacceptable. We are tired of it. They can go do exactly what they want, just not on taxpayers' dime. I hope you hear this, and I appreciate the time, and thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Any questions for Ms. Kaufman? Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Simmons, are you next? You're going to edge out the chiefs and police? I would venture forth at my own peril. Okay, Ms. Simmons.
Gail Simmons. I am a resident in the county of Sheridan County, and I am speaking as one of those 500,000 taxpayers and as a very engaged member of the community. First of all, I think it is an absolute inaccurate perception that lobbying is intrinsically bad, which I had heard previously. I also want to point out that with the exception of a couple of senators on this committee, the constituency of the county commissioners cover an entire county and not a portion. I vote for all 5 of my county commissioners, but only 2 of the 93 legislators. I know that they collectively represent my interests more accurately and directly as a result. I also know that they focus on local priorities and not those of national or special interest groups. Is the prior testimony the individuals who vote for the other public officers that are in these associations are not taxpayers? And I would remind folks that most of us believe that the best government is that which is closest to the people. And frankly, that's not you as a legislature. That's our commissioners and our town council. When testifying on behalf of their association, they are doing so after having discussed, debated, and voted on their position with all of their members who are elected officials, whether it is in favor, against, or just informational. This ensures they provide a unified voice from across the state, regardless of location or size. Contrast that with the testimony provided by individuals, including myself, that are providing input from their individual experiences or from groups within whom they associate. Those are significantly narrower in perspective. They provide representation of our local communities on the priorities and issues that impact their lives every day. Weekly open meetings for the commissioners and the town councils are addressing those real issues with public comments. Note, their budgets are the result of public meetings, including the line item for their dues. If the community has an issue with the allocation for dues, then that is for them to determine, not the legislature, not the legislators. As highlighted yesterday on the topic of elections, while the legislature or the Secretary of State establish policy, statutes, or rules, it is the local elected officials who administer, and that's where the rubber meets the road. They are the ones who can advise on whether the proposals can be implemented. They are the ones who can tell you what the impact is on the public. You know, those taxpayers that make up the public and who vote at all levels. They are the ones who could remind you that what can be done in Cheyenne or Casper may be impossible in Claremont or Cokeville. Finally, I can speak from my experience in Sheridan. The commissioners, mayor, council members, and sheriffs are the ones who show up at the Chamber of Commerce meetings, lunches, and events. They are the ones who belong to the Rotary Club, belong to the Shriners, attend public meetings by the Forest Service, organize and participate in the emergency response, such as those for the Elk Fire. In my part of the world, rarely do our legislators or even the leadership of the political parties have that level of engagement. I do not show them showing up.
Hey, how
Thank
many
you.
people are in Rotary here on this board? Get it up there. Come on, yeah. Let's hear it for Rotary.
Yes.
Okay, well, here's the.
And I stand for questions.
So Ms. Simmons, it's kind of jabby there, but questions for Ms. Simmons. For all you people that don't do anything in your communities, you want to ask her a question? Go ahead, Representative Hoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I have this right this morning, we're not arguing that you can't be part of an association. The argument is who's paying for it. I don't believe the taxpayer should be paying for associations. I myself, for 43 years, paid my own dues to associations and for all my education and training, which is a substantial amount of money. I make those choices to be involved in those associations. I still belong to many organizations that I pay for out of my own pocket. I am really struggling this morning. I've heard hours of testimony wanting to know, and you can belong to associations. There's nobody here saying that you can't belong to an association. The bottom line is who's paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Ms. Simmons.
Representative Heft. I am a taxpayer. I pay property taxes on a house that is way too big for me and my 2 dogs. So when I'm paying property taxes on a $500,000 home, I feel like I turn around and vote for my county commissioners. And as I pointed out, I vote for all 5 and only 2 of the legislators. And so when I look at and inspect the budget of Sheridan County that the county commissioners do, and I see that they have tens of thousands of dollars to belong to the WCCA, I 100% absolutely and totally approve of that, because they don't just lobby. That's one of the smallest things they do. They represent my interests and the interests of each of their counties as members of the WCCA and decide what is in the collective best interests of our counties, who are the ones who actually spend the money that I pay into for my county road, for my public schools. And so to hear that the taxpayers don't agree with that, I show up, I look at the budget for my county, and I approve. And if I lived in the town, I could tell you right now that I'd approve those as well. The lobbying is such a small piece of it. And for example, when we did the 1 penny, that passed. That 1 penny extra passed. Those were the taxpayers paying for that. Taxpayers are at every level. And so I would say, I'm not talking the First Amendment right of association. You did hear, I certainly heard, that the cost of these associations and where those elected officials collectively decide to hire individuals who provide them training, who provide them advice, who provide them a voice, that they are doing so on the behest of those who elected for them. So that's mine.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. I think we'll move on, you guys, and let's hear from the sheriffs and police.
Mr. Chairman.
We're gonna finish this before we take a break, so you better think about how much we're gonna talk about this. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Alan Thompson, and I have the proud distinction to be the Executive Director of WASCOP, which is the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. And I was really excited to talk for hours about all the great things that we do that don't involve working with the legislature, because we do a lot of things. But I have put this down into about 30 seconds. WASCOP is formed for the benefit of Wyoming law enforcement and their service to residents. I would argue that we save taxpayer funds by offering services in a more cost-effective manner, with memberships ranging from $50 to $500, depending on the size of the organization. Our members, all peace officers and detention officers in Wyoming, are required to partake in ongoing training on a biannual basis, and we offer some of that training. We just offered training at our conference for under $7 per credited hour because we joined forces to deliver that training in a very cost-effective manner. We offer a slate of services that have nothing to do with legislative work, such as CIT training, sample policies, promotional testing, ongoing training, and the list is very large. And I would also like to add that I work for a board of sheriffs and chiefs who are the people that make policy decisions. I don't have control. I answer to bosses. And I would be happy to answer any questions specifically, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. We appreciate your testimony. Questions for Mr. Thompson? Thank you. Would anybody else like to offer public comments in the room? Would anybody else like to offer public comments in the room? Let's go online. Mr. Cap, welcome. And then you might, is there another one? Is there just two? Okay. Well, you ought to let him in anyway. It'd be fun to poke at. Mr. Cap.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll make it brief. These associations sound like they do a wonderful job for their members. The taxpayer should not be funding that. I found myself this last year in many committees actually debating with associations as they were arguing against bills that the representatives that are members of their association in our own county were aligned with us. That was weird. Wait, my taxpayers are paying for an association arguing against the will of the people in our county and the local members in that county. So really the argument here is, how do we fund these things? The two initial associations that spoke, just if you look at their finances, they generate over $1 million in revenue. They have $500,000 in salary going out annually. And one of them even commented that they got a beautiful building in Cheyenne. That's all nice. I would love for the taxpayer to fund my association fees in my company's buildings, but I don't get that benefit. And I simply am asking to cut out the taxpayer funding for these. And that's all I got to say. I want to make it brief because I know you've gone a long time here. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cap. Any questions for Mr. Cap? Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public testimony. Committee, is there any direction you'd like to see? Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move an older bill. It was written in 2021, Senate File 144. It was written by now President of the Senate, Beitman, and it is an act relating to taxation and revenue, prohibiting the use of tax revenue for lobbying. And I'd like for that to be updated, and let's take a look at that.
Okay, discussion. We don't have that bill in front of us.
It's a very short bill.
Yeah, we could possibly pull it up, but on the other hand, it's committee, where do you want to go with this? Was there a second to that kind of move? Second by Weber. Where do you want to go with this? Is it okay if we pull that up for next time? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little uncomfortable where I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I understand our concept here. I could be bothered all day long that my commissioners have paid staff, new Jeeps, they have everything paid for, but nonetheless, it's still all part of the process of getting feedback from our public. I'm not quite ready to go with this bill yet, but please bring it and take a look at it another time. Let us study it first before we just make a motion on it and move it. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
We could now, just throwing it out. We could keep this topic open. I was honestly hoping we would not be revisiting this topic at our future meetings, but if the committee would like to revisit this topic, let's do it. And so this is a vehicle, but it's fairly specific, Representative Lucas. Maybe we could be more broad if you all want to keep this on the agenda for next time. Look at that bill as well as other bills to not vote on something specific today. Is that possibly acceptable to you?
Certainly it is, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So committee, let's just kind of do a straw poll. Who wants to continue this topic on the agenda? And then who doesn't? Okay, so that's basically, who would like to see this at our next meeting? Please raise your hand so I can, I've got, I can't see your hands over here. I'm looking this way. It looks like that's pretty overwhelming, you guys, that we would want to continue the topic for the next meeting. So would one proposed direction for that be to have past legislation in this area available for the committee to review at our next meeting?
Yes, sir. I think that would be acceptable.
Okay, is that okay with everybody? Good nods, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. So you got kind of 4 here, but it seems like everybody else is in favor. This is a Democratic committee. We'll take this up at our next meeting, but via a review of the past bills. And with that, let's take a 10-minute break. And thank you for everybody. It is a beautiful day in Lander, Wyoming.
you for
Please, let's take our seats, please. We'll call the meeting back to order. First, I have an announcement to make. The co-chairman and I have visited, and we decided that we will continue this meeting again till tomorrow morning. And we're going to start at 8 o'clock.
just of the two of you, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's actually a joke, but is it working now? We're okay now for some reason. Sorry. I don't know what happened. Let me just get caught up myself, okay? The next topic, of course, for our discussion is public records and open meetings. And we have Mr. Matt's here to tell us a little bit about that to kick us off. Is that right, Matt? Go ahead. There were lots of staff work products, which were excellent on this. So I'll yield to you. Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Matt Petrie. I'm the administrator of the Research and Evaluation Division of LSO. As Mr. Chairman indicated, you've got quite a bit of information in front of you. I'd like to do a brief shout out to two members of my staff, Clayton Caldwell and Pierre Chenet, who put together, I think, a very good summary of a comparison of public records laws in surrounding states. So our 6 surrounding states, Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho. You will also note that there is a separate summary for the state of Texas. We folded Texas into the discussion a little bit later in the process, mostly because there was some very specific interest in Texas. It recently went through a rewrite of its own public records laws, and so we wanted to include them in the analysis. In the interest of time, I will not go through our 40 pages or so of documentation. I'll just kind of touch on some high points, if you will, some major differences or significant differences between the states that we looked at for comparators. One thing that I want to point out as I step through some of these differences, we've really got 4 documents here, 4 or 5 documents here. The bulk of the documents, we've got about 17 pages worth of very specific detail for each of these 6 surrounding states, and then probably another 4 or 5 pages of detail for the state of Texas. For the most part, what we have done is we have summarized the differences in those comparative states or those comparators into about a 4-page document. It's on the very top of what we provided. It's entitled Survey of Public Records Laws in Wyoming and Neighboring States. And then, as I mentioned before, we've got a separate supplement for the state of Texas. So I will not go into any of the detail for any of the states, but basically what we did was we looked at 6 different areas for this survey, for this analysis. We looked at the way that these states define their public records. We looked at who may access those public records. We looked at records that are exempt from disclosure for each of those states. We looked at response timeframes when people make public records requests. We looked at fees for accessing public records and waivers if those are available. And then we also looked at remedies for denial of access and potential penalties, again, for each of the 8 states involved. So I'm going to step through those individually. Again, just going to touch on the high points, if you will, the significant differences that we saw among those states.
We'll start with the first of those 6 topics, definition of public records. Just a couple of things to mention here. Wyoming's definition is the requirement for public records. They must relate to official functions of public business, official functions or public business. Probably the most significant difference there, Colorado goes one step further by including documents related to the use of public funds. The other states that we surveyed defined public records a little bit more broadly than the state of Wyoming, encompassing any document belonging to, used by, or maintained by a public entity. I might step back just a bit here before I talk about some other significant differences in some of these other 5 areas. What we found as we went through this analysis is there is not a great deal of difference between Wyoming's public records laws and those public records laws of our surrounding states, or even Texas, who just recently went through a rewrite of their public records laws. So bear with me, some of these differences may not seem incredibly significant, but again, that speaks to some consistency across the 8 states.
Oh, I think we're going to bear with you, Mr. Petrie, because we really do appreciate the work that you guys put in on this. Thank you.
You bet. So, okay, let's talk a little bit about who may access public records. Significant differences here. Montana is the only one of those 8 states that has actually enshrined access to public records in its constitution. 7 other states addressed in statute, but not in its constitution. The reference to Montana's constitution really just supports what they have in statute as well. But they did go that one step further.
Hold on. Was it okay for questions as we go along, Matt?
Absolutely.
Okay, Senator Landon.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Petrie, regarding Montana, do you have any idea when they modified their constitution, or was that enshrined from the word go?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I do not know when that occurred, but we can certainly find that out. I might add that the 2 gentlemen that put together this fine analysis are available online to handle the more difficult questions, and they are my subject matter experts. So if we do have those kinds of questions, they're available to us online, and we should be able to bring them up for those kinds of answers. But
I think Montana has a particularly interesting constitution. For example, they have an individual right to privacy in the Montana constitution, which we don't have. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon, my guess is that was not part of the state's original constitution, that it has been added at some point since then. We will certainly get you that answer. We'll provide that to the committee as a whole. You'll also see throughout the analysis and basically through all the statutes for all the states that we looked at, it uses the word person repeatedly. Think of person in a more broader context. In statutes, it generally includes not only natural persons, but also corporations, partnerships, limited liability companies, and other types of businesses or associations. So when we say person, think entity, all the way from one individual person to pretty much any type of business entity. When we jump to records that are exempt from disclosure, significant differences here. Wyoming and Colorado statutes list which records may, and I emphasize the word may be withheld from disclosure if disclosure would be contrary to public interest. And then it also defines those records which must, and again, I emphasize the word must, be withheld from disclosure. Of the 8 states that we looked at, they were the only 2 that had those 2 categories. One where the state statute allowed for records that could be disclosed, as well as records that must be disclosed. When we look at Nebraska, Utah, and South Dakota, they only list records which are specifically withheld from disclosure. So they only have one category as opposed to 2, if you will. Let's talk about response timeframes real quickly. Really just one big difference here. Every single one of the states that we surveyed and analyzed has timeframes set in statute for basically response. And when I say response, that is not only actual provision of those public records in some established timeframe, or notification that you've received that request and that you are working on disclosure of those public records. But all of the states recognize timeframes for one or both of those things. South Dakota is the only one that does not have public access requests. They do not have specific timeframes set for public access requests. I might touch real briefly on Texas, however. As we looked at them, they too don't have, they have some language there, but basically Texas statutes only provide a minimum amount of time for information requests. That's what they indicate in statute, is they will provide information requests for public records in a minimum amount of time, and they use the word promptly, but they do not specifically set a number of days or something like that. So you've really got 6 of the 8 states that have very specific timeframes for providing records or providing notice of when they can fill those records requests. And then Texas and South Dakota are a little less well-defined. Okay, fees for accessing public records and waivers. Every single one of the states surveyed authorized public entities to charge fees for responding to public records requests. While no states charge solely for inspecting records, somebody wants to come in and take a look at a public record, they're made available to them for no charge. But most states, including Wyoming, do impose fees for copying, duplicating, reformatting public records. And these fees generally reflect the actual cost of reproduction and may also include staff time spent locating and retrieving records. Some of the things that we saw here, some states are a bit more specific than others in this area. Most of them kind of follow this general concept. Costs of copying, actual costs for not only labor, but machine time, paper, toner, those kinds of things. Other states, in some cases, are more specific. They will set a specific dollar amount per page copied. Some give a certain number of pages free of charge up to, some limit. Staff time, they will offer a set amount of staff time that is free of charge. But for the most part, all of the states surveyed kind of follow that same pattern. They charge as close as possible to actual costs for not only personnel, but also machine time and supplies, reformatting if some kind of programming is necessary. Again, Wyoming is one of the states that does not specifically identify fee amounts for copies or staff time. And we do have a few of the surrounding states in Texas that are a bit more specific. Some states, including Colorado, Idaho, South Dakota, and Utah, provide fee waivers if the requester can demonstrate that releasing the records is of public interest, is not for personal gain, or the requester experiences financial hardship. We go to what is the last of the 6 categories that I indicated we studied when we did this analysis. It is remedies for denial of access and potential penalties. Every single one of the 8 states that we surveyed does provide a remedy or remedies for individuals that are denied access to public records. In Wyoming, a requester may appeal or deny, may appeal a denial by filing a civil lawsuit in district court or submitting a complaint to the Public Records Ombudsman for mediation. You'll see that ability to file suit in district court is fairly consistent across all 8 states. Other states have similar types of entities as Wyoming does in its ombudsman. But in some cases, it's the Attorney General's office. In other cases, it's kind of the equivalent of Wyoming's Office of Administrative Hearings. In some states that we surveyed, they require the person who feels they have been wronged, if you will, that they've been denied access or that access has been delayed. They pretty much all have the ability, again, to go to district court. Two states, I don't remember specifically which ones, actually request or require that individual who has that complaint try to work with the agency that they feel has denied or delayed that access. So again, some differences from state to state, but realistically, what you see across the 8 states surveyed, the approach is generally very similar. You do see some nuances in each of these 6 areas where states do things slightly different, but the approach in general is very much the same across all 8. There are penalties, obviously, for wrongfully withholding public records. They do vary across the states surveyed. Some states have not only criminal, but some states do have criminal penalties. In most states, they are financial penalties. And they also, most of the states allow individuals who feel that their access has been denied and do have to go to district court in order to basically address that denial or that delay in providing those public records. Most states provide that those individuals can basically recover their attorney's fees as well. That, for the most part, is just a summary of some of the significant differences that we found between the 8 states in those 6 categories that are very prevalent. I might just mention to you that, and this is part of the handouts that you have, there is a 2-page table. It's the very last page of the first handout that was provided. You'll see the left-hand column highlighted in blue and then the column headings highlighted in blue. Really a nice summary that both Clay and Pierre put together from the research staff. And what it does is it really just gives you a 2-page summary of what I just described. It tells you in very brief, very simple terms what each of Wyoming and its 6 surrounding states, how they handle records in these 6 categories that I just talked about. So,
and Mr. Petrie, just for the committee, in your notebook, it's page 168 on the electronic version.
Okay. We did not include the state of Texas in that table. We had constructed that table before we made the decision to fold Texas into the analysis, but if necessarily, we could certainly do so, add a column for the state of Texas. I do want to talk just very briefly about Texas in general. I touched on a couple of differences where Texas either differs from the state of Wyoming or maybe differs from some of the surrounding states to Wyoming. One difference that Texas put into place in this most recent rewrite of its public records laws, any electronic communications on any device pertaining to official government business are considered public information. So Texas does specifically have that in statute. Now understand that that's a very broad statement. And so you do then have exemptions to that as any state does, but they specifically call out electronic communications. The one significant difference to that is in Idaho, which specifically exempts personal notes of public officials that are not shared with others. So somebody, an agency administrator could have notes from a meeting that they have kept for their own records that they have not shared with someone else, and those would not be subject to disclosure in the state of Idaho. That is the only state that has that type of a restriction. We touched briefly on Texas's response time frame. Again, in their rewrite, they just indicated that a minimum amount of time that public records requests should be fulfilled in a minimum amount of time, but don't go into any specific time frames. They simply say promptly. The other interesting thing about Texas, the only other real significant difference we saw in Texas with its rewrite of laws is they can actually establish a monthly and yearly limit for any individual requester that's making large amounts of large amounts of requests that require employee time or mainly personnel time. And I don't know what this came from. I can only imagine that there may have been some individuals that were making very large public records requests and doing so very frequently. And so I think that Texas included that in their rewrite of their laws, that they put some thresholds on those, both on a monthly basis and a yearly basis. At the very same time, they provided an exemption to those thresholds and said, but if you do exceed those thresholds, please understand that we are going to continue to charge you for personnel time and for records, paper, copier, toner, those kinds of things. So they attempted to put some restraints on the amount, the volume, if you will, of records that are requested through public records, but then they too, again, provided an exemption for that. That is pretty much my summary of the analysis that we did to consider Wyoming's public records laws compared to its 6 surrounding states and also to the state of Texas. We do have a couple of other documents that you'll find in your packet that we just found very, very useful and really still very timely. They were records that were basically PowerPoint presentations that were done in 2019. The last time that the state of Wyoming had any kind of statutory revisions on Public Records Act was effective July 1 of 2019. So one of my predecessors in this position as administrator of the Research and Evaluation Division had put together a couple of PowerPoints. And we just thought that they were nice summaries and very easy to read, a very quick read, if you will, and nice references for individuals that want to understand fairly quickly and fairly well what that landscape looks like in the state of Wyoming. So you'll have one that's, I would guess, probably about 20 pages long. It's entitled Wyoming Public Records Act, Current Law, and July 1, 2019 Amendments. I'm not going to go through this document because really everything that is in this document is just a very high-level summary of what you'll find in the detailed analysis that was conducted by my staff. We do have another PowerPoint presentation that again was done by that previous administrator of the Research and Evaluation Division on public meetings. And obviously what we've talked to up to this point is public records. The other topic that we want to consider this morning is open meetings. Our analysis of that was not as extensive, obviously, as it was for public records. So we do have that presentation. I could step through just a few things there quickly, or if it's the committee's preference, we could just allow individuals who have access to that document to view it for themselves.
I think it'd be useful if you went through it.
Okay.
At a superficial, perhaps, not great.
Okay, very good. Again, we've got a page here. It asks the question, who is subject to the
And
Public
just to be clear,
Meetings Act?
it's not available for online, right?
It is.
Can we put it up? Is that possible? Hang on, because we got people listening to this and people in the audience that don't have access. Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. I have would like to thank you, Mr. Petrie, for this excellent presentation. I have a few questions. Who establishes what is contrary to the state of Wyoming if there's a request that's denied?
Well, I think
Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Johnson, so much of that is driven actually almost at the national level. So really, when you're talking about records that are exempted from public disclosure, you're talking about things like medical records, which obviously are going to be protected under HIPAA. You will also see records, say student records, which are protected under federal law, under FERPA. But basically I think kind of the standard that you need to keep in mind is that there is a question that's asked when we're looking at public records, and is the benefit to the public greater than the harm that it would cause to an individual if you have a public record regarding that that individual that is released. And so that's kind of the guiding principle behind public records, is that we have public records that are maintained by agencies or entities on individuals, but would release of that record either be contrary to even federal law or state law, or would the benefit to the public exceed the harm to the individual?
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Case. This would not exclude any meetings in any agencies, right? Those would always be public. If we requested the transcripts of a meeting of a government agency, that wouldn't be contrary to the state?
I'm not sure that, let's clarify this a little bit. Are you talking like, say, the Department of Environmental Quality, their staff got together and they discussed some issue? Is that the kind of meeting you're thinking about?
Yes, exactly.
I'm not sure there'd even be a record of that meeting, but let's see if Mr. Petrie can help us here.
Yeah, and actually, that is a perfect segue to the very first topic on the what I was about to touch on, which was Public Meetings Act. So really what you've got when we talk about records of meetings, and there's actually some examples in the handout that addresses open meetings, is what is a public meeting? A public meeting is typically a meeting where decisions will be made, and they require a quorum of those individuals that are making those decisions. So if you've got a public meeting, just like this one, obviously, if you're going to make any decisions, those decisions require a quorum. At the beginning of the meeting, it requires a majority of members. Now, if I have a meeting with a member of my staff to discuss, what we chose to include in this report, it's not a regularly scheduled meeting of a recognized body, it does not require a quorum, then obviously that is not something that's going to be recorded and would be a public record. And there are a couple of examples that we have in that handout on open meetings that give you a flavor of that, just what is a public meeting, what meets the definition of a public meeting, and is therefore requires basically public notification of that meeting, recording of that meeting, and then providing the details of that recording and those minutes in a public fashion.
We okay? Thank you. Anybody else at this point? Keep going, Mr. Petrie. You're doing great.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we just covered the most important aspect of public meetings is, and I'll just touch on a quote here from Wyoming Public Meetings Act. What is a meeting? It is an assembly of at least a quorum of the governing body of an agency, which has been called by proper authority of the agency for the express purpose of discussion, deliberation, presentation of information, or taking action regarding public business. Again, the most important thing there is that it's a meeting that requires a quorum in order to make decisions. Regular meetings, we have two different types of meetings. Regular meetings, let's say, for example, I'll just say Board of Public Utilities in the city of Cheyenne. Their board meets on a regular basis. It is, maybe it's the second Tuesday of the third month, every third month, something like that on a quarterly basis. So that's a regular meeting. Those meetings the notification of those meetings is very well established. But again, Wyoming statute very specifically addresses this. It says, in the absence of a statutory requirement the governing body of an agency shall provide by ordinance, resolution, bylaws, or rule for holding regular meetings unless the agency's normal business does not require regular meetings, in which case the agency shall provide notice of its next meeting to any person who requests notice. So for those bodies, those entities, those governmental entities that do not have these regularly scheduled meetings where they're publishing a schedule of those meetings, they're calling special meetings. They still have to give notice of those. And any individual who's interested in the business that's being transacted by that entity can specifically ask, hey, I want to know I want to be notified of any special meeting. And that entity is required to provide them notice of that meeting. It's not something that notification, that request that they be notified, it does not live forever. It's something that has to be renewed by that individual who's interested in those meetings on an annual basis. So again, a distinction between regular meetings and special meetings. But again, if there is a quorum that's required in order to make decisions, that's what requires that the meeting be public. It's just really kind of the timing and the frequency of meeting that distinguishes between a regular meeting and a special meeting. If I may, another quote from Wyoming statute: special meetings may be called by the presiding officer of a governing body by giving verbal, electronic, or written notice of the meeting to each member of the governing body and to each newspaper of general circulation, radio, or television station requesting the notice. And that's typically where you will find notification of special meetings, is through the media.
And just to be clear, the meeting is a special irregular meeting. But the notice, the request from the press entity is a standing request, I assume.
It is a standing request, but again, those standing requests need to be refreshed, if you will, on an annual basis. So yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about emergency meetings. Emergency meetings, very aptly entitled. Governing body of any agency may hold an emergency meeting on matters of serious immediate concern to take temporary action without notice. However, reasonable effort shall be made to offer public notice. Goes a little bit further. It says all action taken at an emergency meeting is of a temporary nature and in order to become permanent shall be reconsidered and acted upon at an open public meeting within 48 hours of that initial emergency meeting, excluding weekends and holidays, unless the event constituting the emergency continues to exist after 48 hours. So if an emergency meeting is called to deal with some type of emergency, basically, if that emergency still exists 48 hours after the initial meeting is called, there's no need for them to basically renew that. But when this occurs, when you do have an emergency that exists for longer than 48 hours and an emergency meeting has been called to make decisions about how to handle that emergency, state statute indicates the governing body may reconsider and act upon the temporary action at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the agency, but in no event later than 30 days from the date of the emergency action. So there are still limits on and obligations on the part of the entity for providing notification of emergency meetings, and if those emergencies continue, to continue to provide notice at some point. Talk a little bit about electronic communications for meetings. Again, I'm just going to cite to you from state statute. No meeting shall be conducted by electronic means or any other form of communication that does not permit the public to hear, read, or otherwise discern meeting discussion contemporaneously. So I just described exactly what we're doing here today. A public meeting, basically broadcast and available for people to participate. Some clarification there, communications outside a meeting, including but not limited to sequential communications among members of an agency, shall not be used to circumvent the purpose of this act. So having an email thread that would be circulated, say, among the members of this body, no, not permitted. That would be a violation of the Public Meetings Act. Because again, you've got a public meeting, it requires a quorum that cannot be conducted in an electronic fashion that's not visible to the public, and where decisions are going to be made in a way that's not transparent. The handout itself gives some examples of electronic communications that would be in violation of the act, but I won't touch on those because as technology changes, I think that list just lengthens, quite honestly. Executive sessions, I think we're all
Hold
at
on, we've
least.
got a question, Mr. Petrie. I'm sorry. Is that you, Senator Lyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for interrupting, but Mr. Petrie, you caught my attention when you indicated that an electronic communication might not be allowed. There have been times, I believe, where our committees have said we will consider a particular bill, for example, and gather those votes via an email thread. It seemed like you said that should not be allowed, that we can't do such a thing, even if it's reported publicly, or can you help me with that one?
I think, Mr. Petrie, you might go into, this is where it gets a little dicey because the legislature carved out themselves, but Mr. Petrie.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Let's go to Josh first.
Oh, never mind. Let's
Mr. Henderson.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's correct. So the Public Meeting Act does not apply to the legislature. Now, we generally
Get the
do-
irony here, everybody. Do you get that?
We
Yeah.
generally do comply with it. This meeting is held at, in compliance or substantial compliance with the Public Meetings Act, but the legislature is exempt. So things like that, or, meetings of the Republican caucus or whatever, where it would be a quorum of the legislature. You don't have to have all those meetings as public meetings. And there's some policy reasons behind that, I think, in large part because the official actions of the legislature happen on the floor. And so that is held in the public. But so there are some of these outside things, just in the way we've run where some things can be done outside of the Public Meetings Act.
Let's hear from Senator Boner.
Well, not to continue to drive home the point here, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the Public Meetings Act. What about the Public Records Act? Is it a similar provision for the legislature there where we're exempt?
There are some things that are
Mr.
exempt,
Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, so we are not specifically exempt from the Public Records Act. We do receive and respond to public records requests. However, there is a large carve out of legislative communications that are confidential under Title 28.116 spells out those things that are confidential communications between legislators and staff, or between legislators and their constituents. And so those would not be subject to the Public Records Act, but we are otherwise subject to the Public Records Act.
And one broad category is legislative emails are protected, at least from direct obtainment. Doesn't mean that they couldn't be obtained by the person that the email goes through, who might be subject to the Public Records Act. So how'd I do on that, Mr. Petrie?
Very well. Thank you very much. to you and Mr. Anderson for bailing me out. And I think it's important to note, just kind of stepping back to the previous discussion that we had on public records, and Mr. Anderson touched on it. I think that every one of the states that we surveyed, as part of the analysis of public records, has those same kinds of allowances, if you will, those same types of exemptions where you've got consideration of topics for legislation, communications, legislative communications. There are exemptions that those are not public records, and that's pretty much consistently across all 8 of the states, and I would imagine all 50 states. Any further questions on electronic communications? Anybody?
We're good. Keep going.
All right. Okay, executive session. Again, I think we're all at least relatively familiar with executive session. Executive session meetings are agency meetings that are not open to the public. They are permissible, but they're only permissible under certain very limited circumstances. I think the examples that we're all probably familiar with are personnel actions, discussions when an entity is involved in litigation, and a lot of times real estate transactions, consideration of real estate transactions fall under those topics that can be considered in executive session and in meetings that are not open to the public. General categories of situations allowing an executive session include, but are not limited to, security threats or threats to property, threats that could harm the public if they attended, employment, personnel, and human resource matters. Again, when legal advice is obtained, discussing litigation or other legal matters, preparing, administering, or grading license exams, again, most likely subject to FERPA. When considering real estate purchases, when discussing anonymous gifts, donations, or bequests, when discussing any information specifically categorized as confidential under the law. So all of those can be addressed in executive session without public participation. The only other thing I wanted to touch on.
Can you go back to that slide? Can you back up? Can you cover this, Mr. Petrie, the reasons for an executive? Oh, and that's the next one, actually the next one. To go into executive session.
Right.
I think this is done kind of cavalier around the state sometimes, but can you go over this slide, Mr. Petrie?
Yes. So executive session in general, in order to enter an executive session, there needs to be a motion stating a valid reason to enter into executive session. Those were the items that I just touched on verbally a few minutes ago. And it still has to be noted in the minutes of the regular meeting or the special meeting that they are basically going, the members of that entity, that board, commission, whatever the case may be, are going into executive session. Even though they are in executive session, minutes must still be kept. But those minutes are confidential, just as the meeting itself is not public. And those minutes must also contain sufficient detail of the confidential information discussed. So there is a written record of the proceedings in executive session. They are not available to the public, just as the public is not allowed to attend that meeting, but there is a record.
Keep going then. Thank you.
You bet. The last thing I wanted to touch on in regard to open meetings is violations. When we have a violation of statutes regarding open meetings. In Wyoming, and again, you'll see some variation from state to state in these types of penalties, if you will, for violations. In Wyoming, knowing and intentionally violating the Public Meetings Act authorizes a civil penalty not to exceed $750. And so that $750 can be assessed against individuals. So just to expand on that a little bit more, An individual may be subject to this civil penalty if they attend or remain at a meeting held in violation of the Public Meetings Act, unless that same individual records their objection in the meeting minutes. If minutes are not being taken, then the individual must make their objection public and have it recorded at the next regular meeting. Realistically, to be safe, if you know that you're a part of a decision-making body, you know that there's potentially a violation of the Public Meetings Act, it's really generally advisable to leave the meeting. That is essentially the extent of violations for violations of the Public Meetings Act in the state of Wyoming. But again, it's a violation. It's a civil penalty, a fine, if you will, against individuals.
Thank you very much, Mr. Petrie.
You bet.
Was that the conclusion?
That is the conclusion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thought it was fabulous. Questions for Mr. Petrie? Questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, on a related note, just as a point of information, Ms. Fitzgerald is in the background, but listening in today and forwarded a little note to me to say that the public records discussion we had about the state to the north of us, Montana added in 1972 when that state ratified a second constitution replacing their original constitution from 1889. So Montana's a little different than us. They have a brand new constitution, so to speak. I didn't know that.
Isn't there a Beatles song about a constitution? Anyway, I have a question if nobody else does, and it's with regards to the civil fines that are under both statutes, really. Has anybody ever heard of them being imposed? Mr. Petrie, are we aware that that's actually ever happens?
Mr. Chairman, I am not personally aware of that. We could certainly research that as well to see whether that has occurred.
Yeah. And that would be by the district court?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming so, yes.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Petrie? Mr. Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So really appreciate all the information, Mr. Petrie. That helps us remember. There's a couple of us who were on corporations in 2019, and we did a lot of work on this front. One of the things that we talked about a lot, but couldn't really get arms around, was this notion of what might be considered to be frivolous in nature or overwhelming to an agency. And so we really, and the chairman probably remembers that we really wrestled with that. And that actually led to the effort to put an ombudsman in place. I just wondered if you ran across in any of those states that you looked at, did any one of them touch on the issue of what is considered to be reasonable and what is not? Because we have agencies that can be overwhelmed pretty quickly, for example, on a given request.
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, all of the states that were a part of the analysis, I think, have some facets of state law that basically say, if you have made a public records request and it is going to affect that entity's ability to conduct its normal business, its normal operations, that they can take additional time in order to satisfy that public records request. If the record that they're seeking is in fact a public record, they can't deny access to it or deny providing it. But again, if it's going to impose a large burden on the agency in terms of personnel time, then they can delay. But they do have to notify that individual who's making the request that there will be a delay in providing those records to them and give them the reason for that. Differing states handle that different. Some of them are very specific about it. They can say, if it's a record of this type, it has to be provided in this number of days. If there are extenuating circumstances, they're short on staff, it's a very large request, then it has to be satisfied in this extra number of days. Or you have to provide notification to them within X days that there will be a delay. Here's the reason for the delay. One state even goes so far as to say there will be a delay, but they will agree with the person making the records request this specific day and time that will be satisfied. So all states have that in their authority. I think that Texas is probably the only state that we saw that attempted to, I guess, put some restrictions on the extent of requests. And those were those monthly and annual limits that I talked about, where they would basically say, if you're somebody who's making frequent requests or you're making very large requests, we're going to ask you to be, exercise a little discretion in what you're asking for. And they establish those thresholds. But at the same time, they relax those thresholds because, again, they're public records. If you want to ask for them, they have to be provided. And the state of Texas recognized that, but basically also politely reminded folks that when you ask for large amounts of records that require staff time and machine time and supplies costs, that there's a cost that's associated with that, and it will be passed on to you. Other states, in some cases, they would have to provide estimates of what costs might be for both personnel time, supplies, machine time, things like that, and give an estimate to the individual of what that cost will be. And then that individual has a certain number of days to say, okay, I'm good with it. I'll pay that and go ahead with the records request. In most of those cases, if that entity provides that price, if you will, the individual who's requesting the records only has a certain number of days to consider that price. If they don't come back to the entity and say, I'm good with the price, let's go ahead with the public records request. Basically, if they don't do that within a certain period of days, the request is considered nullified. In most cases, I think, and individuals are given 10 days to consider those prices, those costs for those records.
Okay, anybody else? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Mr. Petrie, there's in Wyoming, it says the penalty is $750. Is that a personal civil penalty to that person that denies that request, or does that penalty go to that agency that's holding it up?
Mr. Petrie.
I mean, would the agency pay that fine?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, that is I think what we're talking about here is a violation of the Public Meetings Act, not necessarily the Public Records Act. And that was what I had just touched on. And so in most cases, that $750 civil penalty under the Public Meetings Act would be assessed against the individual that is sitting on whatever that governmental body is, that decision-making body.
We good? Anybody else? Yes, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Petrie. Very informational. And in a previous life, I had the opportunity to have to fulfill a records request. And I spent literally days. And because the individual wanted all these records, and we probably had 500 or 600 pages. And then all of a sudden, no payment. So of course, we didn't send them out. Is there any recourse for an agency to be able to recoup some of those costs should a situation like that happen, or it happens repetitively?
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb, I may defer to Mr. Anderson on this, but I don't know that statutorily there is recourse for that agency against that individual who's making that request. I think that certainly that agency would have, they would be able, or that agency would be able to take that to court that they could seek their reimbursement of their costs through litigation. Now, whether they would do that, I don't know. I guess it would probably depend upon the extent of the amount of money that was spent producing those records, and whether they, just how they felt about that. But at the same time, there could be extenuating circumstances as well. If a cost total was not provided to that individual, and it ran up a pretty significant cost, and then there was just some sticker shock associated with that, then I think that's probably why some states have actually required in their public records laws to give individuals estimates of what the cost will be when there are costs associated with that. And when you get into areas where you've got an involved records request, maybe there needs to be some computer programming done. Things need to be reformatted. Public records need to, certain portions of public records need to be redacted before they can be provided. That's where you start getting into staff time, and that's where you start getting into escalating costs just because of those things. But as far as recourse from the agency, if you will, against the individual making the public records who then, for whatever reason, changes their mind and decides that they don't want those records, I'm not aware of anything statutorily.
Okay, everybody, I want to do some housekeeping right now. It's obviously lunchtime, but we have our public records ombudsman's here, and she was actually on the agenda before this educational session, but I kind of thought this education session fit best to go first. There are also people in the room that want to testify that may have limited time to be with us this afternoon. And I know that we have one person online who I believe was limited in the time frame that they could provide testimony. Is that correct, Katie? Okay, so kind of how you'd like to proceed. I was thinking I'd like to hear from the ombudsman, Ombudsman Potter. It's not easy for me to say ombudsman. I want you to know I've worked at it. And anybody that had a critical need to address the committee before we break for lunch, but then obviously go to lunch and everybody will have to come back. So is that good for you, Ms. Potter? All right, come on up. And then, while she's coming up, Senator Landon just left the room, but we'll hear from Pierre. Okay. Okay, you don't have a microphone, but we'll believe you. Ombudsman Potter, how are you? Welcome. This is a Riverton gal, you guys.
I am born and raised in Riverton. So thank you, Committee Chairman Case.
Welcome.
I want to try and expedite this as much as I can for you all.
Point that microphone towards you, right towards you. There you go.
There we go. Sorry about that.
That's much better.
So you've kind of seen, he did provide a wonderful educational overview of kind of what I do, what my purpose is. Generally speaking, just as a quick overview, is that I am an ombudsman from the people for the people. I am but one of two individuals in the United States that are actually ombudsmen without law degrees. That was purposely done, as I understand, so that, I could be fair and impartial and see it from both sides maybe a little bit better. I do every attempt I can to be diligent to both sides. By and large, people come to me when they are not getting results from whatever state or local entity that is. They're being denied records, or they're just being ignored. I know that there are some rules of thought that perhaps entities just don't want to give records. And I think that that's a very small amount of it. I think that by and large, we're doing more with less. And so when you ask a clerk to provide you 4 or 5 years worth of election results right around the time we're having a new election, that might not be the optimal time necessarily to, to ask for that and expect a 30-day turnaround or less. So we kind of try to weigh both sides with what's really reasonable and what can be done. A lot of that goes into staffing. And I would say one of my primary purposes is to work as a mediator with both sides, just try and get resolution so no one has to go to court. Court's expensive. Whatever we can do to help the citizens get what, they're entitled to is really what we should do at the least amount of cost that we can. With that being said, there still are not mandated or everyone in the state of Wyoming is kind of working off their own fee schedules, so to speak, with regard to what can be charged for those records when they're being requested. Rarely do citizens come and say, I just wanted to, see the records. I just wanted to go into the office and view them. I didn't want to have them printed out or anything. And sometimes they attempt to charge for that. So I think that there's an educational purpose with regard to the public records. I think that there's some work to be done, most definitely. I do think that by and large, most citizens of the state, at least that have utilized me, have found value added to me being in place to help work with that, both as a resource if I can't help them, as well as, just being the voice of reason for both sides. Because once you come to me, generally speaking, it's almost like going to an attorney, right? You're so frustrated with everything that you want action and you want it now. So just really realizing and help bridging the gap between the two as to what can actually be done in what time frame. While we do have, it was mentioned that we do have a for the state of Wyoming, we have a 7 business day time frame from which you have to respond to someone that you've received their request and acknowledge that. And if you can't do it or you're the wrong person, that you need to let the individual know and pass that information on to the custodian of records is what we reference them to, and that's the point of contact for any given entity that's been delegated by that entity. And usually they are aware that they're that entity, although I'm finding with local communities of populations like under 200, people are so that sometimes people just go, oh, Joe down on the corner, you are now the public records custodian, and they haven't been told and they're unaware of their duties. So I do think, again, that comes back to my training and trying to get the word out and ensuring that citizens have that. We have a best practice that if you have, and in statute it's covered as well, if you have those records available, they are indeed public records and they are entitled to them, that they should be provided immediately. If for some reason it's going to take you some time, say you have everything's in public format and it's in storage, that as the custodian of record, that you need to really relay that. And I think there's a missing piece of this, that there's bad communication between both entities usually, which causes more issues. But essentially, that's the obligation there. And sometimes that's way too much time for an entity to provide that to someone, or sometimes it's not. Again, it depends on perhaps some cyclical things that come around, such as elections, and those sort of things. So there's a lot of give and take through all of this. I have 3 remedies. So when someone comes to me and says, I've tried to work with them, it's just not working, I wouldn't call it a formal investigation because obviously I'm not part of a legal entity. I am just a person trying to get to the bottom of what's going on so I can determine how best to assist both parties. But I do take that into account and I do contact both parties. Well, they're telling me this, so what's really going on? So I take the two, compare the two where I can, and move forward with that. And about a third of the time, I would say it's an easy fix. It's just a misunderstanding or, sometimes language barriers come into play because terminology oftentimes. Oh, well, that's not really what I meant. Oh, okay. Well, let's figure out what you meant so we can make sure we ask for the right things. Or is your request so broad that, it's just impossible to provide all of that to you? Can we help narrow that down so when we ask, it's going to save everyone time and money and effort, really? So that's the bulk of what I do. I do have some what I will call is repeat offenders, people that turn in requests fairly often, sometimes very voluminous. Some people say, oh, that must be the press, right? And I'm like, no, that's not the press. We talk about limitations of all of this, and something that people don't necessarily think about is that we have a lot of out-of-state people that will turn in public records requests for data, and they're data mining. And I think I remember hearing you all speak about that in different committees. But that's what they do. They get the public records data so that they can sell it, unfortunately, and that's kind of a burden on the citizens of Wyoming. That's time and energy, and I don't know how you fix that or if you fix that, but I think it's very cognizant, something we have to be cognizant with in moving forward with this. And I kind of like the language of maybe having a point at which point you go, okay, well, you've had 8 requests in the last 6 months, and it's a lot of information. I think we need to, charge you appropriately. And they usually want to go the free route, of course, because who doesn't? But there are occasions when it does take considerable amount of money that, people waive or what have you. It depends on the local entity, right, and what their resources are and whether or not they have something that's tracking all of the information, and it's easily to just drop into a spreadsheet or something, but that still takes time away. I will also say that, there are watchdog groups that are very wonderful to have because you want to have transparency. But sometimes it can become very overwhelming for small towns. I can think of 2 or 3 off the top of my head that have a half-time public records designee. And you may catch them 2 or 3 days a week if you're lucky. And they've, they're surviving, they're doing what they need, and they're fulfilling a great need, but the availability for those records is very limited. And I do know that there are some other entities, mostly local, that when I reach out, they're like, yes, most definitely. I do remember that record. I'm like, oh, okay, great. Did you follow up with them? Nope, and I'm not going to. I'm like, well, in state statute, and they're like, I don't care. We don't have enough manpower. I don't have the time to call. And I'm like, okay, can I call them? Can I call them and say that you've received it? Have you had a chance to look at those? So I really do try to work with them, knowing that, one, this is an educational opportunity for me to reach out to them and explain how the things work. But 2, to get the individual requesting the information, their records if possible. But I've also had experience where everything's going right, and no, I'm not going to address it. I'm not giving them the records. To which I respond, well, as I read this, again, I'm not an attorney, so this is what I interpret that they are entitled to. And it's basically the attitude, well, good for you. I'm still not doing it. At which point I'm in a position that I've, in some instances, spent weeks researching and going round and round as to how to get the records in some cases. Spent all this time with the individual that really is entitled to that. I'm trying to avoid litigation. Neither party at this point wants to work with each other, so mediation is out. And I'm saying, okay, I've made a determination that they are entitled to this. And it's essentially like, please, I'm begging you, please just give them what they're entitled to. And basically, what are you going to do about it? You're not an attorney. You've got no teeth. And I certainly don't. I think I have advantages of being a mediator with individuals. And so I hate to ask for too much. I don't want to be punitive if I don't have to be, right? But I do need something that gives me the opportunity to say, hey, I've warned you, you didn't want to work with me. I really mean it. This is something you need to move forward with. The next step is court. And we really don't want to go that route. I know a lot of cities and counties can't afford that really. They have to hire out attorneys from other local communities because they don't have a county attorney on staff. And so, it impacts a lot of other things, but just being able to say, hey, this penalty is no longer $750 for this because you're blatantly disrespecting this and not following statute. But we're going to bump that up. And the thing is I don't know who would issue that citation, right?
Correct.
But I think that without some teeth, such as money or some other possibility of really holding them accountable, they're going to continue to do what they're doing. And that's not transparency. We really want to do best with what we can. Minerals, it's really about the people and what we can do for them. And it's important that we use our money wisely and help as much as we can. So,
I think we have a question over here from Senator Landon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. That was a lot, and I'm just processing. So, have you ever felt comfortable, for example, in calling the sheriff?
Chairman.
Go ahead. We have
Senator.
too many mics on, I think.
That's okay. Thank you. Senator Landon. I would feel comfortable doing that. However, I know that I have contacted them on other public records requests information, and they, I'm kind of perceived, I have had a similar conversation with Senator Case where I feel like they perceive me as the IRS and they're not talking to me either. So I think that there needs to be maybe verbiage or language that could assist with that, like, so that they understand that that's serious, or that needs to be taken care of. But
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I apologize for not being very specific there, and you handled the question very well. The question was related to not only can you call the sheriff, not for their information, but to say you need to go over to that office and maybe bring somebody downtown because they're not abiding by the law and will not listen to me as the ombudsman. It feels like to me, if you don't perceive that we've given you that power, that might be something the committee might want to consider. Because it sounds fairly obstinate that we've got some folks out there who aren't going to abide by what we passed in 2019.
And Senator Landon, it may not be that the referral is to the sheriff. It may be to the district attorney or the county attorney. I mean, we'll explore this more. Are there other questions? And were you close to finish?
Chairman Case, I'm close.
Okay.
So whatever questions you may have for me, I letting you drive this bus today. So.
Okay, let's see if there's other questions from the committee. And then my intention would be we would take a lunch and we come back and work this. I know we have another agenda topic this afternoon, the Uniform Law Commission. and it's important, but I don't think that will actually take as much time as is on the schedule for it. And it'll be what it'll be, but let's ask some more questions now. Ms. Potter is here. And anybody got questions at this point? Senator Lucas or Representative Lucas, please. I got my senators, and my representatives all mixed up today, and Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, just an observation. Ms. Potter, this has been very interesting, and I appreciate the time you've given us today.
Chairman Case, and thank you very much, Ms. Lucas.
Yeah. Anybody else? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. How many cases have been referred to you in the past year?
Go ahead.
Chairman, in the last year, just since December, I've had 27 cases. I am an office of one, so I don't have any staff. It's just
27 since the first of the year?
correct.
Wow.
It has been increasing probably at a rate of 20% roughly every year, depending on what's going on.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of those 27 cases, were most resolved? Was there anything left open?
Ms. Potter.
Senator Case, Senator Dockstader. Out of those, I have 6 remaining that I am working on in mediation status.
I'd say that's a pretty good record, you guys. Representative Yen, unless yours was a follow-up. Let's go Yen and then Weber. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of the cases that you have, how many are repeat persons?
Senator Case, Representative Weber.
You have my problem today.
I'm sorry, it's contagious. Let's see. I have had 5 repeats of, I don't want to call them offenders, but 5 very interested individuals that, are interested in more information. And those have been from within the state, so.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Potter, thanks for being here and thanks for the work you do as one person. I'm curious on if you have thoughts or recommendations on what changes you think would make sense. So for example, I think maybe we could have for fees where the request is over $1,000 that the agency has to justify why it's $1,000 or outline something like that. Just because I think that when we have these really exorbitant fees, if there are good reasons, I think those should be outlined. But if there isn't a good reason, I think that everyone should know what they are. Any thoughts?
Ms. Potter.
Chairman, Representative Yen, yes, I do believe that I would ultimately like to see something similar to the state of Wyoming, what they have done as far as they have a $180 threshold initially.
You said Wyoming. You must have meant somebody else.
Sorry, so if you look up, sorry, I'm getting flustered. Wyoming's, state of Wyoming's A&I website for state-owned entities, if you will. They have a fee schedule and they allow $180 upfront that they will cover. Anything beyond that, then they give you an estimate of what it's going to come to. I would ultimately like to see most fee schedules include some at least nominal fee that would allow the citizens to receive something that's readily available for free. I know that they have limited means and they have costs to cover, but if it's just something very small and reasonable, I think that the public is entitled to something like that. I would like to see steady, I want to say reasonable, but that's in the statute. So I would really like to see that there's maybe 10, 20 cents per copy, if you will, or something along those lines. I've seen some people that have posted a fee for $10 for the first page and $1 thereafter, which I do not agree with. I think depending on what that is, that's completely unacceptable to me.
Fair enough. So would it be fair to say, I hear that the state of Wyoming has a fee schedule.
That is correct.
And most of the work, like the 27 cases that you have, did they involve the state of Wyoming or did they involve other entities by and large?
Chairman Case, I've had one state entity in that. And the rest were local entities,
Okay.
cities, counties, and.
Special districts, those kind of things.
Correct.
Okay. So that's worth thinking about as we process. And remember, well, you guys weren't here, but Senator Lannon and Senator Dockstader were. When we actually created the ombudsman position, Senator Boner was here too. He was squeaking in the back door, I think. But we created this position for not necessarily the state, but for all of the entities, the smaller boards and commissions, the small municipalities, all the little government things that would receive records requests. We thought this would be helpful to them as well as to the person making the records. And that was the main reason we did it. So maybe we ought to think about that too. Are there further questions at this point? And if nobody actually has to address us right now, and we could come back at 1:30 and pick up this meeting, I think everybody could use a little break after the intensity of today. Any last questions for the ombudsman? We good for right now? You're going to stick around, right?
Chairman Case, I will, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's take a recess till 1:30. Let's try to start up. And I know that Representative Chairman Knapp will be able to get us right back on track. I know he will after I destroyed this day. All right, 1:30.